The President. Members, good morning. The meeting begins. Members' motion with no legislative effect. Mr. Chong Ho-Fung will move the motion on improving the management of building maintenance works. 4 members will move amendments to the motion. This council will proceed to a joint debate on the motion and the amendments. Later, I will first call upon Mr. Mark Chong to speak and move the motion. Then I will call upon Mr. Kenneth Fok, Mr. Chan Hock-Fung, Mr. Bill Tang, and Mr. Nick Chan to speak in sequence, but they may not move the amendments at this stage. I remind members that for members' motion without legislative effect, the maximum duration of each debate, including voting, is 4 hours. The mover of the motion will have 10 minutes to move the motion and speak, as well as 5 minutes to speak on the amendments. Members moving the amendments and other members may speak once up to 5 minutes. The joint debate now begins. Members who wish to speak, please press the Request to Speak button. I will call upon Mr. Mark Chong to speak and move the motion. Mr. Mark Chong. President, I move that the motion as printed on the agenda be passed. As the first member to move this motion in this council, which is the first motion that I move, I'd like to focus on building maintenance works and the works contract. Now, every step along the way, from tendering to awarding the contract to acceptance, there are things that can be enhanced. I'd like to thank the President for arranging for this motion to take place. I'd also like to thank members who have moved amendments to my motion. Now, yesterday, we also had a debate on the government's motion on the same topic. This shows that this council works with the government to address the public's needs. In 2 consecutive days, we discussed the same issue, and we allow members more time to speak on the topic. Yesterday, the Secretary already responded actively to the suggestions in the debate. Now, this is a chance for us to express our views, and I'd like to explain why I have moved the motion. Now, after the Wangfuk Court fire, the public have expressed concerns about building maintenance projects, and that if something goes wrong, it could lead to dire and catastrophic consequences. That is why I am fulfilling my promise. The first motion that I move today is one about this topic, so that other members can join me in discussing this matter of top priority. Now, building maintenance is a long-standing, big and difficult issue which has plagued Hong Kong for over a decade. And I'm one of the average Joes who would just sign off the proxy instrument for somebody to vote on my behalf, because I do have a busy schedule. Very often, people just sign this instrument without having much knowledge. Nobody will call you and follow up on the matter. Nobody ever tells you how the proxy voted. And that is the cause of a spate of bid-rigging incidents. I hope that the government will get property management companies involved so that all proxy instruments can only be signed upon the witnessing of the staff of property management companies. And we should also have another gatekeeper to verify the authenticity of the proxy votes. This is my request for the government. We should all work together as residents of housing estates to take part in building management affairs. Now, the first point in my motion is that we should work closely with professionals As the matter currently stands, there are areas that have become loopholes for the unscrupulous elements to practice bid rigging. We need to rectify the mistakes. For example, engineering consultants play a very important role in the process. For example, the consultant is responsible for preparing tender documents, assessing tenders, supervising the works of contractors after having engaged them, checking their progress, and accepting the finished product in the end. So this single consultant will oversee every step along the process, and that is a conflict of interest. This creates room for, or creates a hotbed for bid rigging. As we know, the contractor on this occasion the consultant won the bid with ultra low price only because of what could happen subsequently. And that is why we believe the functions of the engineering consultants should be split. Our suggestion is to divide this matter into at least 2 steps. For site investigation, tendering, and tender assessment, we can engage 1 consultant. And then for work supervision, checking of materials, and acceptance, we can engage another consultant. In fact, the government yesterday responded to our request. Not only would checks be conducted, the government would also get involved. The second problem is that the contractor would divide the contract into smaller ones. There would be multiple layers of subcontracting, and that aggrieved owners will have little bargaining power. For example, we have small contracts focusing on exterior walls, rooftops, fire service equipment, and pipes. Now, the third point is this. We have been relying quite heavily on smart tender under the Urban Renewal Authority in combating bid rigging. But I don't think we are able to go after the unscrupulous syndicates. As I understand, there is a list prepared by the URA, but then it's very difficult to verify the background and track record of the companies involved. According to media reports, some contractors with apparent management problems got 100% on the list. And the assessment is based on the mechanism. It's not really based on the quality of works. Now, the URA is a quasi-government organization, and this is the only help that building owners could get. And that is why it's always a target for unscrupulous syndicates. The government must step in to help minority owners. The government should provide help directly to the owners' corporations to resolve matters relating to building maintenance works. I see that other members have moved amendments, and I think basically the divergent views are based on this suggestion. Now, yesterday, the government, but I think the government will take time to look into the matter. Yesterday, there was a suggestion for the URA to take up the work of tender assessment and providing assistance to owners. I am in all support. The fourth point is that we must learn a lesson from the fire and attach more importance to using safer materials, such as the protective nets or scaffold nets. Only by now do we know the importance of safe materials. The new standards have been promulgated And I'm sure that we will go by the stringent standards. We won't forget this lesson. But in the long term, be it ISO or GB standards, we need to make sure that it's properly enforced. We may not be able to tell by physical inspection the difference between fiberglass scaffold nets or PE scaffold nets. And apart from protective nets, we're all concerned about other matters, such as holding up the windows by wooden boards or polyfoam box. I think the Bureau should set indicators. For example, 20% of materials used in the unit should be non-inflammable materials. And I'm open to suggestions. I look forward to hearing from members. The sixth point is about the knock-on effect when something goes wrong with the consultant or the contractor. Now, on this occasion, when the government ordered that the nets be removed, we immediately identified the problem. So for consultants or contractors which got into trouble, the government should provide actual assistance to owners should their licenses be revoked. Well, I'm glad to hear that the government yesterday already undertook to follow up on points 1, 3, and 5. As for other points, these are about the long-term solutions. Your time's up.
I now propose a question to you that Mr. Chong Ho-fung's motion be passed. Mr. Kenneth Fok. President, I thank Mr. Chong for moving this motion today so that we have an opportunity to continue to discuss such an important matter. In Hong Kong, population is aging. We've been discussing this at the Council, and the public is aware of this. We are making different laws and implementing different policies to respond to this phenomenon. However, this has been affecting the lives of Hong Kong people. The buildings in Hong Kong have been aging, and we aren't getting the very bottom of the matter. We are just scratching the surface of the problem. And this spawns the problem of bid rigging, giving rise to public safety concerns. In Hong Kong, for buildings aged 50 or above, we are going to see an increase of 500 blocks every year, outpacing the speed of building redevelopment. And in 2040, the figure will jump to 22,000. That is triple the amount seen in 2020. This is indeed a wake-up call to us. The fire in Wangfok Court is a painful lesson. We must take it to heart. We must face the problem squarely. We must adopt an effective and comprehensive approach. Mr. Chong proposed 7 proposals. I, alongside members of G19, definitely agree. Construction materials, engineering consultants, we do need to provide support to property owners. There are also other proposals, such as implementing a blanket ban on smoking in construction sites. I look forward to the implementation of these policies in Hong Kong. I'm glad to learn from the secretaries of department yesterday that the government would kickstart the relevant work in the future. I have 2 additional points to make. Regarding construction materials and banning smoking in construction sites, this shouldn't be limited to building maintenance works. This should be extended to the works of different public infrastructure as well. We shouldn't just focus on legislation. We must take law enforcement actions as well. Say for new construction, the construction sites of new buildings, we do need to implement a blanket ban on smoking as well. We must walk the talk. We must take law enforcement action after making legislation. We must consider law enforcement action support and ancillary measures. President, these are exactly the main points why I moved my amendments. The MBIS has a good intention. When issues are identified, then minority owners need to work on it. And if there is a shortage of fund, the government can provide fund to help you with it. However, the administration shouldn't assume all property owners have the capability and knowledge in relation to building maintenance. Bidding procedures, designs, construction materials, quality, and price. Some property owners don't have the necessary knowledge and they are at the mercy of illegal criminals. However, there are a lot of engineering companies that obey the law. They do not want to collude with those breaking the law. This would result in a situation in which the illegal actually can make money. Yesterday, the Secretary of Departments talked about smart tender and the URA. The functions of the URA will be enhanced, and there will also be an enhanced smart tender. It shows that the administration has a great sense of responsibility. The success lies in the implementation of these policies, and we will definitely work with the administration in this regard. I also submit, I hope members will support my amendment. Thank you. Mr. Chen Hao-feng. Thank you, President. I thank Mr. Chong for moving this motion on improving the management of building maintenance works. I believe all of us are clear that the government has given the responsibility of building maintenance to owners. Indeed, this is their responsibility as the properties belong to them. However, when it comes to complicated and more difficult construction works, is it true that all minority owners have the capability to handle these works? In the past, the government trusted the market. After all these years, the market was shown to be ineffective. The government needed to step in. Mr. Andrew Lam yesterday said that the government should step in, but how? I believe all of us can see that the government must step in even for private properties. However, the degree may be different. And today we are here to put our minds together. But what is the current situation in the market? A lot of contractors are unwilling to work on maintenance works because there are a lot of black sheep in the market. There are many criminals or people breaking the law working cahoots with one another. In the end, the maintenance works contracts come with a very expensive price tag. And in the end, we saw accidents, we saw fatalities. Therefore, the government must step in. In the previous term of the government, in the panel on development, I already said that the government should take part in default works. Some minority owners are not familiar with construction works. They can only place the trust in professionals. However, some black sheep just focus on profit skimming, and they take money out of the property owners. There should be a background check and a vetting check for smart tender. I do believe this is a good suggestion. There wasn't any background check under smart tender. What about the chain of funds, the background? No checks at all. And now with the enhanced smart tender, we want to single out these illegal elements. We want to give a breathing space for compliant contractors. When most compliant contractors are willing to take part, then members of the public will have choices. Only then will price drop. This is exactly how we can make the market effective again. At this critical juncture, the government needs to take part and needs to step in. The Secretary has taken on board our views. And only the approved contractors could be engaged. These contractors have been approved by the URA. We need to stop illegal contractors from monopolizing the market. Only then can we improve the current situation. I hope that my amendments will gain your support, and I have to declare I am a non-executive director of the URA. Thank you, President. Mr. Bill Tang. Thank you, President. I thank Mr. Chong for moving this motion in a timely manner. In the wake of the Wangford Court fire, building maintenance works concern minority owners, but they are actually an important issue as well. We need to carry out reforms to safeguard the safety of the public. Otherwise, the foundations of a safe community will be rocked. Yesterday, we talked about the Buildings Management Ordinance, and we heard from a few secretaries. I believe members are willing to work with the administration to pass the law and to implement the policies. This way, we can reduce the pressure on the shoulders of minority owners. This will also take pressure off OC members. If we don't carry out reforms, then no one will want to be OC members. So who will be OC members? They don't want to shoulder the responsibility anymore because they might select the wrong contractors. There may be doubts about OC members, so no people with good intention will ever want to join OC anymore. I talked to an OC of a long-established estate. They are very well educated, but all of a sudden, some car owners suddenly became members of the OC, and then immediately afterwards, there were building maintenance works. On Hong Kong Island, a lot of residents are well educated, but they still couldn't prevent this problem, not to speak of other estates across Hong Kong. That's why we must carry out reforms. I thank the government for responding to my amendments today. The government should take the lead. We need to reform smart tender. The URA needs to engage contractors in a more stringent manner. We need to balance compassion and legality. Of course, the compliance cost will rise. I hope that the government will undertake studies. By how much will compliance costs go up? By how much can we reduce risks? all of us need to be on the same page to support this decision regarding proxies. We talked about varying the ratio of proxies in OC general meetings. It is quite difficult to convene an OC general meeting. That's why we chose to steer the middle course. For large-scale maintenance works, owners will take part in it because the works will total around $50,000 or even $100,000. The OC needs to make sure all property owners are in the know and they will attend OC general meetings. So even with proxies, representatives can only join the meeting. They cannot vote. When matters are about voting of large-scale maintenance works, only property owners can cast their vote. Then OC will explain the matters well. If they don't do so well, then there is of course suspicion. I'm short of time. I hope members will support my view. Thank you.
Mr. Nick Chan. President, I thank Mr. Mark Chong for moving this motion. The Wangford Court fire has sparked public concern on building maintenance, especially the maintenance of aged buildings. The government motion discussion that took place yesterday resulted in a consensus in this council, and that the government will continue to take forward a reform. We understand that Hong Kong has an aging building stock, and building maintenance is a problem that troubles not only individual buildings but the whole of Hong Kong. Now, in principle, I support Mr. Zhong's motion, but I do have some unique views on certain matters, having discussed with my fellow members of the Liberal Party. And that is why I have moved this amendment. Now, the government motion yesterday is also one based on the same topic. Well, in the future, we should make sure there is no transfer of interest in building maintenance projects. We should also set indicators for the quality of building maintenance works. And that is why, in my amendment, I propose that this system should be put in place to make sure that to ensure the quality of building maintenance works and to plug loopholes. I also look carefully into the idea of setting up a new building maintenance authority. Now, the idea is simple. We need a dedicated structure in charge of policy formulation, supervision, enforcement, and public education to avoid having a recurrence of these problems. Now, yesterday, the government officials already responded to the views expressed by members, and I now understand that the government is concerned about the following. First, if we set up a new authority, it will take time and it will add to the government establishment, and we're concerned about the costs and the time for revising the establishment. And we already have the Urban Renewal Authority, Housing Department, Fire Services Department, and also the Home and Youth Affairs Bureau in charge of the matter. However, what if we upgrade the URA and give it more powers so that there is clear delineation of duties? Now, the government already acknowledged that amendments to legislation will take place, including the Building Management Ordinance and the Buildings Ordinance. Now, I think at this stage, therefore, there is no need to establish a new building maintenance authority. We can enhance the functions of existing government departments and the URA so that there is greater accountability. Now, my amendment provides that there should be a clear structure that comes with better coordination and accountability, so that the public grievances can be addressed. The other point is that residents nowadays may shun being members of the owners' corporations because of the legal liabilities, and that unscrupulous elements may exploit this loophole. My suggestion is for the government to set up a dedicated unit. For example, the URA can take the lead in setting goals and timetables, and that on a regular basis they can also report progress to the public. Another major problem is that many owners of aged buildings do not want to take forward building maintenance because they do not have the professional knowledge. The government should provide one-stop service and technical support. There should also be greater transparency in terms of professional registers. Now, I believe that we should take a pragmatic approach. I hope that we can all chip in enhancing the system for building maintenance works, supervision. We need clearer delineation of responsibilities, effective enforcement to create a safer living environment. I urge members to support the amendment.
Secretary for Development. President, I thank Mr. Chong Ho-fung for the motion and Mr. Kenneth Fogg, Mr. Chen Hock-fung, Mr. Bill Tang, and Mr. Nick Chang for their amendments. Following the debate yesterday, we have this discussion today. I find this very meaningful. This is because yesterday we raised issues about building maintenance and building management, and today we have a chance to have a more detailed discussion. The aging of buildings in Hong Kong is a serious issue. Just now, some members mentioned that over the past decade, the number of private buildings aged 50 years or older has increased by an average of 510 annually. Under the mandatory building inspection scheme, the Buildings Department annually selects 600 private buildings aged 30 years or above with high risks to issue mandatory inspection notices. Some say that the Buildings Department is adopting a broad brush approach, and for private buildings that reach the age of 30, we immediately issue mandatory inspection notices to them, and it's challenging for owners to take forward the maintenance project. I want to clarify that for buildings that have reached the age of 30, the Buildings Department can issue mandatory inspection notices to them, but it doesn't mean that owners will immediately receive such a notice once the buildings reach the age of 30. For buildings aged 30 years or above, there are over 20,000 of them. However, so far only 9,000 of them have received the inspection notices, and among them, about 70% of them only received the inspection notices when they reached the age of 50. So the Buildings Department adopt a risk-based approach. We look at the conditions of the buildings. We see whether we received any complaints about concrete spalling, and we look at whether there were any district personalities involved to decide whether we should issue the inspection notices. So it's not about how we issue the inspection notices under the scheme. Instead, like the members said, we should look at how we could offer support to owners who lack the professional knowledge to take forward the maintenance project. We should also review how the government could improve our supervision work and monitoring work. And yesterday, during the motion debate, we talked about institutional reform. That is how the government can step up monitoring and supervision, and how we can offer better support to owners. In order to make this debate more complete, I hope you wouldn't mind me elaborate further on the points I mentioned yesterday about institutional reform. First, about how the government could regulate building maintenance works. Currently, building maintenance works are primarily classified as Category 2 minor works. What does that mean? It means only registered contractors are required to carry out the works. We do not ask owners to engage separate contractors or professionals to take forward the project. Considering costs, we ask owners to only engage registered contractors. However, from the fire incident, we see that there are some unscrupulous elements in the industry that are exploiting the loopholes. It's therefore necessary for us to plug these loopholes. We want to broaden the scope of the proposed amendments to the Buildings Ordinance to further strengthen oversight. First, we propose upgrading major building maintenance works to Category 1 minor works. That means, apart from engaging contractors, owners will also have to hire third-party professionals. I will later talk about how we will strengthen the Tender Smart scheme. This third-party professional will have to be separate from the contractor engaged. This third-party professional will have to submit proposals to the Buildings Department so that the Buildings Department can supervise the works as well. Also, the professional will have to submit a supervision plan specifying site supervision, staffing, and arrangements. So after we have upgraded the works to Category 1 minor works, there will be an independent professional helping to supervise the works. The Buildings Department will also be responsible for stepping up its work. It will abide by a risk-based approach to step up law enforcement and inspections. If it is found that the relevant regulations are not complied with, there will be penalties. Also, we will empower the Buildings Department to specify in legislation the methods and procedures for building maintenance. For example, this will include regulations on scaffold spacing. The guidelines concerning fire safety will be included into the amended legislation as well. For example, fire doors will have to be properly closed, and we impose these restrictions because we want to ensure speedy prosecution. We will also tighten the registration and disciplinary systems for registered contractors. We will not only look at the performance of the registered contractors. If it is found that they had a criminal background, we might take this into consideration when considering whether to include them into the register. Currently, the Buildings Department, based on the codes of practice and operational guidelines, ask contractors or supervisors to look at the standards of the construction materials. The standards are currently promulgated administratively, so we will codify the safety standards for designated materials. Once we detect any unqualified materials, we will institute prosecution speedily and impose penalties. We will review different kinds of construction materials, and this will not only apply to building maintenance works but all construction works. However, there are many kinds of construction materials, so we must review the materials in phases. In terms of supporting owners, corporations, and owners, I'm happy that we've got the public support. The public supports the stepping up of the role of the URA, and we will launch a strengthened version of the Tender Smart scheme. The URA will come up with a more rigorous pre-approved list. We will look at the criminal or disciplinary records of contractors. We'll also do a background check on contractors. We will also look at the previous track records of contractors and consultants. We'll not only look at how many projects they were involved in, we will talk to all government departments to review the performance of contractors and consultants to see whether they previously engaged in any non-compliant works. We'll also rely on the feedback of owners. Some may be worried because we will have to consider the feedback of owners as well. Will that be subjective or unfair to contractors and consultants? We will discuss with the URA on the factors and criteria we're going to take into consideration. I want to stress that in order for the pre-approved list to work, we must not only look at the number of complaints or non-compliant notices we got. We have to look at the substances and look at why they did not comply with the rules. We also have to conduct background checks, and all these involve sensitive information, so we have to engage in dynamic monitoring. If you're included in the pre-approved list, it doesn't mean that you are perfect. If in the process it is found that there are problems with the contractors and consultants, we might remove them from the list. We have to ensure the integrity of contractors and consultants. For those that perform well, they will have many job opportunities, and for those that are dishonest, I believe they will be eliminated under our regime. For those who want to challenge the status or credibility of the pre-approved list, well, I believe we can explore making use of legislation enactment to protect the pre-approved list established by the URA from being challenged. I am confident that this regime will work. As mentioned yesterday, the URA will not only offer advices, it will also help assess the tenders for owners. For owners who want to get government subsidies, they must accept the consultants and contractors selected by the URA. For those who are not asking for government funding, the URA will also provide advice to the owners on which consultant and contractor they should select. For owners with ill intent, I'm afraid this regime would not offer much help to them. For buildings that are undergoing maintenance works, well, the government has a role to play as well. If the consultant or the contractor says they want to quit in the middle of the project, or they have to increase the price, well, the URA will play a role in offering advices to owners concerned. With the enhanced functions of the URA, we believe that there will be a reduced opportunity for contractors and owners to collude with each other. And we will be able to together promote good practices with contractors. So during the next half of this year, we will submit draft proposals for legislative amendments. As for the strengthening of the function of the Tender Smart Scheme, we believe we can achieve that through administrative measures. We can already implement that now. Some say that we have to establish an independent building maintenance authority. We will, in this regard, listen to more people's views. We hope to consider carefully what this authority will do. If it is expected that the authority should help owners without professional knowledge to supervise the maintenance works, well, this authority will have to engage a lot of professionals itself to follow up on the cases. Then how would it be different from our current proposal, that is having the government help owners select a consultant and contractor, if it is expected that this authority will play a statutory role? Well, currently it is the buildings department that is responsible for execution. And will there be redundancy or duplication of responsibilities? Well, no matter which proposal we pick, we do want to implement the strengthened version of the Tender Smart scheme soon. We need resources to implement the strengthened version of the scheme. We want to ensure the URA has the ability to implement the proposals I mentioned above. Building maintenance and building management are interconnected. We have to rely on everybody's effort in order to take forward the reform. So that's why the Deputy Secretary from the HYAB is here to speak on this issue. We have to work together to bring actual support and help to owners. I will stop here. I will listen carefully to members' remarks, and then I will give my concluding speech. Thank you.
Mr. Ronald Chan. President, I thank Mr. Mark Zhong for moving the motion and 4 other members for their amendments. The aging of the building stock relates to the safe living environment of many. It also directly impacts on the city's safety and overall image. Whilst we go after the unscrupulous elements, we should also look squarely into the matter of building maintenance, especially the plight faced by minority owners. The government is going to strengthen the role of guidance and monitoring in taking forward building maintenance, and that the government will be the gatekeeper, and it will work hand in hand with owners. On this basis, there will be a series of reforms. The government has introduced a mandatory building inspection scheme. For buildings over 30 years of age, they will be subject to inspection once every 10 years to make sure that the buildings are safe. However, when it comes to actual enforcement, many owners have busy schedules. They may not have the professional knowledge or energy to supervise the works, and that is why it becomes a hotbed for bid rigging. Not many owners would be willing to take part in the monitoring of the process. Now, as pointed out by fellow members today and in yesterday's debate, we do not have any legislation in Hong Kong targeting bid rigging. We mostly invoke the competition ordinance or the anti-bribery laws in initiating prosecution. I was a member of the advisory committee of the ICAC, and I understand that the ICAC received lots of complaints of corruption on building maintenance. However, it's not easy to go after bid rigging because all complainants must reveal their names according to the ICAC practice. The government must follow the practice in other jurisdictions and draw up dedicated legislation on bid rigging so to plug the loophole. And we can also make reference to the practice in Singapore. For example, there should be an incentive for whistleblowers, and that more protection should be given to informants so as to encourage people to come forward with evidence. For example, during the transitional period before we enact the legislation targeting bid rigging, we can introduce these administrative schemes to combat bid rigging and enhance the detection of cases. We can also give professionals a more important role to play as a third party in building maintenance projects. For example, when it comes to the assessment of costs, construction methods, risks, the assessment should be undertaken by an independent third party. As for the money for the works, again, a third party can act independently as the trustee, and that only when works are accepted to the satisfaction of the consultant can payment be made in phases. This will deter unscrupulous contractors. The government should set up an e-platform for rating the performance of contractors, and that they can be assessed according to the performance, and upon conclusion of building maintenance works, property owners can give a score to individual contractors on the basis of the works quality, the quotations, etc. And that information on this platform should be made transparent. This can help encourage people to monitor the contractors. Well, I think that we still have a long way to go to completing the reforms, but we need to start now. The government should set up a pragmatic mechanism as quickly as possible to reassure members of the public and to ensure the quality of building maintenance works. I so submit. Mr. Kenneth Lau. President, the Wentworth Court fire in Tai Po has exposed the loophole in general building maintenance in Hong Kong. Property owners do not have professional knowledge. They rely on engineering consultants in supervising the works of contractors. Now, these building projects involve huge sums and interests. There have always been accusations of collusion, price jacking, and falsification of reports. We have different government departments, but there is a lack of coordination. We must improve things. As of last year, we have 20,000 buildings in Hong Kong over 30 years of age. In the coming 10 years, over 7,700 private buildings would reach the threshold of mandatory building inspection. So I agree that the government should take up a greater role, and the URA's function should be enhanced, and that the URA should prepare pre-approved lists of engineering consultants and contractors. There should also be random inspection when works are in progress to prevent tragedies like Wentworth Court fire from happening again. We should plug the loophole to prevent transfer of interest. We should enhance the smart tenders function. My suggestion is this: if the contract sum reaches a certain amount, regardless of whether there is any government subsidy, we should mandate property management companies and property owners to use URA's smart tender service in engaging engineering consultant. There should also be independent professionals appointed in the assessment process to combat bid rigging. There should also be a background check of the consultants and contractors on the list. We can have a full view of the legal challenges and financial positions of these companies, as well as their track record, to avoid conflict of interest and the closure of business of the companies. My suggestion is for the URA to engage surveyors, accountants, or engineers on behalf of property owners so that the tenders can be analyzed by professionals in a neutral and an impartial manner. Now, at the moment, the focus is on the tendering process, and that is why towards the later stage, during work supervision, there could be loopholes for the unscrupulous to exploit, including the use of non-compliant materials. Now, the URA's role should not be limited to assistance in the tendering process. The URA should also be responsible for monitoring the quality of works. A dedicated team should be set up under URA to conduct regular site inspection and a checking of works records so that matters can be rectified once if problems are identified. Now, building maintenance involves various aspects such as fire safety, structural safety. The Labor Department, Buildings Department, and the Fire Services Department, etc., should set up an interdepartmental coordination mechanism to jointly supervise the works in terms of safety and use of materials, and the government can therefore has full grasp of the progress of works and the risks. Now, what is exposed in this fire is that owners' corporations do not have the capability of coping with the various problems. Other government departments, such as the Home Affairs Department and other public organizations, should step in when necessary to ensure building safety. And we should also plug the loophole of proxy votes being manipulated. The government should amend legislation to make sure that only relatives living together can grant the proxy. While building maintenance relates to people's lives and properties, the government should enhance the functions of URA to avoid the recurrence of the Wangford Court fire. Your time is up.
Mr. Lam Chun-sing. Thank you, President. I thank Mr. Mark Chong for the motion. Building maintenance is a long-standing issue for owners. While the smart tender scheme is in place to help minority owners, it cannot ensure the quality of contractors and consultants' works. Our party received complaints from local residents and some consultancy firms because of their failures fail to submit fire safety plans to the FSD, and the entire project has to be delayed. And local residents lost confidence in this kind of companies. I looked at the database, and according to the record, at least 3 of the contractors registered are suspected of using forged certificates for scaffolding net, and one of the company is suspected of using styrofoam to seal windows during the works project, and one company on the list is prosecuted because one shareholder is involved in a corruption case. And of course, the contractor involved in the Wangford Court project is on the list as well. So I support the idea of rolling out a strengthened version of the smart tender scheme. A pre-approved list can ensure the quality of the contractors and consultants on the list. Background checks should be done to make sure that there are no disputes on labor issues for these companies, and the URA will in future help select contractors and consultants for owners who lack the professional knowledge. Currently, the government and the URA are still exploring the details of implementing the strengthened version. It takes time for them to roll out an updated pre-approved list. It is hoped that during this interim period, the government will adopt a lenient approach in issuing building inspection notices. If both owners' corporations and owners are willing to take up the responsibility to take forward the building maintenance projects, could the government give them more time to take forward the project so that they could make use of the pre-approved list? Also, in setting up the scoring criteria for contractors and consultants, the URA will have to be careful. Otherwise, the winning bidders may not be able to comply with the standards. I also suggest that the number of members who have to vote in person and OC general meetings will have to be raised. For example, the threshold should be raised so that at least 20% of the owners will have to attend the meetings in person. Also, a set proportion of owners will have to vote in person. We should also impose a cap on the number of proxy votes that an owner can hold. We should encourage more owners to attend these meetings themselves so that they can learn more about maintenance projects. Also, there were many power outages in old buildings. If there are no OCs for 3 new buildings, how can we deal with this situation? The government previously amended legislations to allow for agencies to help implement fire safety works for some buildings. Can this arrangement be extended to other areas? For example, for installation of power devices, we can perhaps adopt the same approach. Lastly, I would like to thank the government again for actively taking forward the improvement of building management works in recent years. Thank you. Mr. Michael Lee, Deputy President, the fire at Wangfuk Court pushed us to think about how we can eliminate corruption and combat bid rigging. I appreciate the government's effort in this regard. Just now, the Secretary mentioned how the government will enhance the smart tender scheme. I am a non-executive director of the URA, and I'm happy to see that there will be a pre-approved list because the URA will be more active instead of staying passive. It will vet the backgrounds of contractors and consultants, and I support this idea. In assessing the bids, the URA will select a contractor or consultant for those who are receiving government subsidies. In future, can the URA pick 2 or 3 contractors so that owners can make the choice? As mentioned, some owners value the quality of the previous works of contractors instead of the technical scoring. My view is that it is better for the URA to engage 2 or 3 independent valuers to do the valuation work. Then the owners can pick from the contractors or consultants that offer a reasonable price so that they won't have to pay too much over the market price. The URA is a self-financing body. So who will shoulder the cost of the URA? Should the taxpayers shoulder the cost or the owners themselves? I hope the Secretary could elaborate this in the future. On Mr. Chong's motion, well, I agree on points 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. On point 2, Mr. Chong said different contractors should be engaged to undertake works to enhance owners' bargaining power. Well, this is a good idea. By splitting the building maintenance works contracts, we can procure the services from different parties. For OCs or owners that lack the professional knowledge, this is a concern for them because they do not have the knowledge to engage so many different contractors. Will this become a pressure for them? Also, when the maintenance works are being carried out, will the owners end up becoming the coordinator themselves? For example, on managing the project, on deciding which area is a public area, on deciding how to inspect the works. Well, I think there are pros and cons to having a principal contractor and subcontractor and having different contractors to undertake the works. So in the future, we have to pay more attention to the tender documents. We have to tell the public, the authority, and the owners what contractors are involved and what the staffing arrangement is. If there is enough transparency, owners will know how much they are paying for which contractor. Lastly, I would like to commend the government for upgrading the maintenance works from Category 2 to Category 1 minor works. That means professionals will have to be engaged to undertake this kind of works. If we ask the URA's project manager to supervise the works, or if we ask an officer to help inspect or help carry out the acceptance of the works, it will make the owners more confident, I believe. Mr. Sunny Tan. Thank you. The fire at Wangford Court unveiled the loopholes that have existed for many years under the building maintenance regime, from tendering, procurement, and supervision, as well as risk management. There is room for us to improve the regime and take forward reform. I will suggest how we can take forward a systematic reform to ensure that our regime can be more efficient and can move with the times. On plugging loopholes, I support the ideas raised by the Development Bureau. That includes in reforming the smart tender scheme as well as supporting the owners. I suggest that in the long run, the government should make better use of the smart tender scheme. For large-scale maintenance projects, owners must make use of the smart tender scheme, and through the scheme, they should engage third-party independent professionals to help with the project. In the future, I hope the smart tender scheme can come up with a set of standardized contracts. It should enhance transparency by setting up a database. Through technology, it should detect any unscrupulous or suspicious tenders to remove unscrupulous contractors and consultants. The authority can also make use of AI to provide advices on tender documents. The public should be able to make use of the database to check the track records of contractors and consultants concerned. Apart from valuing the quality, we should also look at whether the smart tender scheme could be implemented effectively. Also, on the quality of construction materials, I agree that the government should make sure that the procurement procedure is should be made more transparent and fairer. The construction sector should come up with standards for construction materials, and the government should then be responsible for the bulk procurement or central procurement. This would prevent unscrupulous elements from making profits during the procurement process. In the long run, it can help reduce construction costs for works in Hong Kong. On improving the management of OCs, as mentioned, most people taking part in OCs are pro bono members or minority owners. Many people are afraid of being involved in litigations or lawsuits, and that's why they do not want to take part in OC meetings. The government should have independent third parties with credibility to take part in OC management to prevent bid rigging. Also, I suggest that we make use of smart technology to promote smart construction sites. We can make use of big data to enhance fire safety systems. With the development of innovative technology, there are IoT systems, robots, and AI technologies that can help produce drawings and implement smart management. We can, through a central system, inspect the temperature, level of humidity, as well as air quality of construction sites. If irregularities are detected, for example, if someone is smoking on the site, the system will notify the relevant officers. The Productivity Council, together with the sector, in recent years have been promoting the use of IoT and relevant technology to enhance the management of construction sites. I suggest that we use innovative technology and work together to improve the use of smart construction sites and smart building management. In the future, the sector will continue to contribute to help build a safer Hong Kong and take forward reform. I so submit. Thank you.
多謝代理主席。主席，
Dr. Ban Chen. Thank you, President. I speak in support of the motion and the amendments. When it comes to building maintenance, all issues stem from the fact that the Buildings Department departed from the regulatory role. The MBIS also contributed to the problem. Starting from 2003, I have been assisting buildings in following up on buildings maintenance works. When buildings received orders, the Buildings Department convened meetings with residents. They told them what to follow up on. After construction works began, the Buildings Department would conduct inspections and check the steel, exposed structures, antioxidant, oiled, and so on. After all the checks are completed, then concrete would be applied. Back then, there weren't any problems that we see today, but of course, we cannot pass the buck and pin the blame on the Buildings Department. When there are more and more buildings requiring maintenance, when the Buildings Department can no longer cope, they engage consultants and authorized personnel to be responsible for this. When it all started, there weren't any problems. That was a good start. Professionals were engaged to carry out inspections for buildings. They convened meetings, they prepared minutes for the buildings. But as the situation unfolded, it resulted in a situation that we all are familiar with today. Why did I mention the MBIS? If we allowed the operation model of the MBIS, there would be significant issues. Why? When the statutory notices reached owners of buildings, this group of owners would have to look for a person or a professional to help them with building inspection. They find out the problems with the buildings, then the tender would be drafted. Consultants would also be engaged. One will be responsible for preparing the tender, inspection, and of course, that person or that company would win the bid. And all these lead to a series of problems, which means that whenever a statutory notice or order reaches owners, then all these problems happen. That's why I made a suggestion. There should be segregation of functions. Building inspection by one group of people. For the other areas, that should be done by another group of people. There shouldn't be any delegation of powers, and then one wouldn't follow up on the matter. You shouldn't delegate responsibilities to the subcontractors. But of course, owing to the large number of cases and the lack of personnel, it is the consultants which are responsible for following up the matter. There is insufficient regulation and supervision. That's exactly how the problem of bid rigging transpired. Finally, today we have an opportunity to discuss this issue, and we also refer to a pre-approved list. The Secretary covered all the bases when she referred to a pre-approved list. The crux of the matter is that we need to have good consultants, good building maintenance companies. Well, some owners weren't willing to take part in building maintenance because of a wide range of different reasons. When the law enforcement agencies can step in, I believe members of the public wouldn't have to waste money on building maintenance works. Regarding Mr. Chen Haofeng's amendment, we shouldn't just appoint the URA. We need the government to step in as well. We shouldn't just rely on the URA to be responsible for regulating all the building works in Hong Kong. The government must step in as well. Thank you. Mr. Jimmy Ng. Indeed, building maintenance works are a long-standing and intractable issue. The scale of building maintenance works could be significant, hence the high costs. It is very difficult to choose one contractor, but we cannot avoid this long-standing problem, as at the end of last year, in Hong Kong, for buildings aged 30 years or above, there were over 21,000 in Hong Kong, accounting for about 80% of all buildings in Hong Kong. For those aged 50 years old or above, there were a total of 13,000 buildings in Hong Kong. You can easily see one when you go out in the street. There are different problems that could be time-ticking bombs, such as loosened window frames and so on. Starting from 2012, there were mandatory inspections of buildings. For the buildings aged 10 years or above, there needs to be a mandatory inspection. This is a well-intended scheme, but it also gives rise to different issues. Some issues even hit the headlines. All these could be boiled down to the fact that there is a lack of regulation and supervision. I'd like to focus on eradicating bid rigging. There are many complaints surrounding building maintenance works, with bid rigging being the focus. The process is rigged by proxy votes. This affects the interest and benefits of property owners, but it also directly endangers the safety of construction works. From 2024, a total of 4 citywide operations have been conducted. 2 were conducted together with the ICAC. Some bid rigging syndicates were cracked. But to eradicate this problem, we must enlist the participation of the Competition Commission. Its function needs to be enhanced. The prosecution threshold is quite high when it comes to bid rigging. I suggest that the relevant legislation be amended in order to enhance deterrence effect. First of all, we need to enhance the function of smart tender. Yesterday, the Chief Secretary for Administration talked about enhancing the function of smart tender. The URA will invite tenders and assess tenders for the public, and afterwards, property owners will be consulted. The BPA agrees with this. Of course, for contractors with a lot of negative ratings, they should be taken off the list. I propose amending the Buildings Management Ordinance as soon as possible. We need to give regulatory functions to OCs. Some minority owners do not have any bargaining power, and we do need to step in to help. The final say is still on OCs and property owners. When it comes to construction sites, of course, we need to make sure compliant construction materials are used, and we also need to make sure all construction sites impose a complete smoking ban. With technological advancements, there are new construction materials, and the administration needs to keep updating the safety standards of these materials. The Fire Safety Department also needs to step up inspections to ensure fire safety. Professionals should also use technology to supervise construction works. I so submit. Thank you, President. Dr. Johnny Ng. I thank Mr. Mark Chung for moving this motion so that we have an opportunity to discuss this matter of great concern to members of the public in Hong Kong. There's a problem of aging buildings in Hong Kong. Just now, the Secretary mentioned there are a total of 9,000 buildings that are aged 50 or over. This will affect public safety, and this also poses a significant economic burden. This problem has been plaguing Hong Kong. It affects Hong Kong on different fronts. The One Four Court fire is a wake-up call. We need to implement systemic reforms. I support this motion and I hope that it will be passed. First of all, I'd like to talk about bid rigging. Some construction works come with a price tag of hundreds of millions of dollars. Some property owners said that they have doubts about the construction works project costs. There is information asymmetry, and not all property owners have the necessary knowledge. This shows that we need a better mechanism to protect the interests and rights of property owners. The mechanism needs to be enhanced. I'd also like to talk about the unbundling of contracts. Supervision, checking, inspection, acceptance, there could be interests being transferred. Some members of the public refer to deficiency in the systems. Some people cast doubt on the fairness of the system. If we can have different subcontractors and clerk of works involved, then we may reduce the likelihood of contractors working in collusion with one another. When it comes to assessing the qualifications and credentials of engineering consultants and contractors, we need to enhance the tendering process of construction works. We also need to ensure the veracity of the relevant qualifications and the building materials. We can draw reference from the practice used by the Housing Society. We need to have a rating mechanism assessing construction works so that we can ensure the fact that the cost and the quality of the construction works are up to standard. Some minority owners are unwell in construction works, tenders, market prices, and so on. And this leads to the problem of information asymmetry. The government should study how it could step in to provide professional assistance in opinions. For example, for high-risk or complicated construction works, professionals should be deployed. There should also be an independent list of construction consultants. Then there could be better gatekeepers. I'd like to talk about background checks and vetting checks as well. Some people with ulterior motive or criminal elements will exhaust all means to set up different companies. When we look into the directors of the companies, probably there could be giveaways. But in fact, all these have to do with interest and money. We may be easily cheated if we only look at the names of the company. The development of crypto assets is very fast. Some criminal elements use crypto assets to circumvent inspection and background checks. That's why we need to solicit the help of tech experts, and we also need to use AI and big data to carry out inspections. We need to make sure independence. We also need to use blockchain, big data, technologies to supervise and regulate different construction works. Overall, improving building maintenance works isn't just a responsibility of the administration or one single measure. We need to adopt a multi-pronged approach to achieve this. Thank you. I so submit.
Mr. Dennis Leung. Mr. Deputy, I speak in support of Mr. Mark Chung's motion on improving the management of building maintenance works and the amendments from other members. Building maintenance is something that only professionals understand. ordinary owners may not have the professional knowledge, and they rely on property management companies and other building professionals. They ensure structural safety and normal functioning of the installations and facilities. Now, when dangers emerge, with the help of technology and the installations, we can help reduce risks and address hazards. The Wangford Court fire has exposed major problems with building maintenance and property management in Hong Kong. The government should take the lead in this regard and tackle this problem at source to restore public confidence. I have the following suggestions. We should revamp Cap 344, the Building Management Ordinance. The government should mandate the setting up of owners' corporation in all buildings and housing estates to avoid minority owners' interests being exploited. Very often, after paying out for building maintenance, the minority owners have no alternative but to accept shoddy works, and owners, through legislative amendment, can take a leading role in managing their property more effectively and to prevent abuse. There should be more resources to train property owners and to equip them with the knowledge and capabilities. Now, in terms of powers of attorney, the legislative amendments should be put in place so as to resolve the problem of manipulating proxy votes. We should also enhance the functions of district offices, and that the government representative should be present at the owners' meeting or the owners' corporations AGM to help resolve problems. This will enhance the government's leading role, and owners will be assisted in managing their properties more comprehensively. We should also educate owners so that they have the capability to manage the property and work with the government to prevent risks. The third suggestion is that an independent third-party organization should be set up in charge of monitoring building maintenance. Now, this organization should be responsible for registration, supervision, and the drawing up of indicators. The reference indicators can provide the necessary reference price for construction works, including details such as labor costs, material costs, to prevent minority owners from being exploited. The fourth suggestion is to mandate the participating contractors to declare their interests. All companies and individuals involved should declare their ties and interests for government to closely monitor the situation and prevent bid rigging. The fifth suggestion is to improve the subcontracting arrangement. Now, works have become costly, mostly because of the layering of subcontracting, and that this is the cost of the escalating cost of works. The government should draw up legislation having regard to the practice in the mainland, and that the participating contractor should do their math on the basis of the service costs as well as incentives, covering the cost of materials and the wages of their laborers. The sixth suggestion is to set up a new management mechanism. Legislation should be enacted stipulating the functions and roles of different parties so as to protect the interests of minority owners. I so submit. Mr. Adrian Ho, thank you. Deputy President, I speak in support of Mr. Mark Zhong's motion on improving the management of building maintenance works. Building renovation is a necessity in Hong Kong. We have many buildings which are aged. The exterior walls are dilapidated. There are also structural safety problems. Things are getting worse. The Wangford Court fire reminds us that if we don't plug the loophole in the system, we will not only just suffer pecuniary losses. our lives would be at stake. Bid rigging in building maintenance projects has been prevalent over the years. It's not a one-off incident. It's something systematic. The ICAC and the Competition Commission in the past exposed a number of bid rigging scandals in building maintenance projects. However, they are not able to stem out the problem. It shows that there is room for improvement of the existing system. Even if it becomes more costly to rig the bids, there are still those who would like to bear the risk and continue with it. We need to eradicate the problem at source. The government should tackle the issue squarely. There should be increased penalties against offenders. The URA in recent years rolled out a scheme called Smart Tender. I fully support the scheme. However, in practice, it's apparent that a single platform is not sufficient in curbing bid rigging. And according to media reports, some syndicates are now aware of how the platform operates. The syndicates would arrange for intermediaries to coordinate the bidding prices so as to manipulate the outcome. So this platform does not provide full protection. Another problem with the existing system is that owners' corporations bear the major responsibility. However, we must not forget that these owners' corporations comprise ordinary property owners who are not equipped with professional knowledge in works tendering, fire prevention, etc. And it's unfair and non-pragmatic for property owners without professional knowledge to assess the return tenders. We need to provide more protection to property owners. So I think the next step of reform is to revamp Smart Tender so that apart from being a platform, the system will be given more power as a gatekeeper. Now, the first step is that instead of allowing participants to use the platform voluntarily, we should mandate its usage and prevent any circumvention of the process. And we can also put in place safeguards against bid rigging on the platform. We can make use of AI to analyze the bids so that AI can help identify high-risk cases for government departments to step in early. My third point is that this platform should be combined with the efforts of government departments in assessing the works records of contractors, consultants, as well as their credit ratings, so that with this proper background check, we can provide more information for reference to property owners as they make informed choices. Building safety relates to people's safety. We need to protect lives, and we need to plug the loophole in the system. And that is why I support this motion. I hope that the government will be more proactive in taking responsibility in tackling bid rigging and plugging loopholes. Mr. Peter Show. Deputy President, I declare that I'm also in the business of construction materials. In recent years, many friends have told me that property owners now shun the responsibility of being owners' corporation members, especially in the face of building renovation projects. Now, usually, owners have this mindset. They pay management fees and they may travel elsewhere. They may not have time to take up the role as a member of the owners' corporation. They just want to make sure that the lifts function well and that somebody would clear the garbage. But when it comes to requiring each household to pay $200,000 or $300,000 for building renovation, people will be alarmed. Otherwise, property owners don't usually get involved in building renovation. Even if you put up notices in the lobby, people may not be aware of what's happening. But if you tell them that they will need to pay $200,000 to $300,000 each for building maintenance, that they will definitely be alarmed. They would want to find out what is going on, and therefore, the Home and Youth Affairs Bureau should come up with a mechanism to make sure that property owners are informed of the progress. And about the estimated payment per household, I just now heard from Secretary Ms. Lin that something will be done, and that we can see if the URA's system works. But what is important is that you need to tell people in advance how much they're going to pay for building maintenance, and that will attract more owners to get involved. Now, we always talk about bid rigging, but the major problem is that most of the people in Hong Kong don't really know how much they should pay. Say, if you go to a restaurant, if you order a dish, you know how much this restaurant will charge. There is an average price. And if you go for a fine dining, you need to pay for 10 times the price for the same dish, and people are still willing to pay for it. So for building maintenance, we have different standards. Some may go for safety, some may go for the aesthetics, and that is the crux of the matter. We need to combat bid rigging by telling people how much something costs. We need to make people understand, for example, exterior wall tiling, plumbing, waterproofing works on rooftops, maintenance of lifts, etc., and installation of fire hose. You need to come up with a schedule of how much each item costs. Now, I understand the URA has a building maintenance center. It provides reference prices. Let me show you. Say, for exterior wall repair per item, it ranges from $400 to $1,000 per square meter. For fire hose connection together with the accessories, the price range is one from $720 to $2,400 per meter. So how much is reasonable? You need to come up with the specifics as well. If you apply a lick of paint, is it good for 5 years or 10 years? How long is the default liability period? You need to set out all the details. You should make sure that people fully understand how much it costs and what is included. Because if there is transparency, you cannot force property owners to take a pricier plan. They would only go for one that is reasonably priced. That's the crux of the matter. So if you want to get URA involved, you need to make things transparent so that property owners are fully aware of what the dollar sign means. They may not go for the cheapest one. They may go for the best one, having considered the details.
Professor William Wong. Thank you, Deputy President. According to the building inspection scheme, private buildings aged 30 years or above, if they receive an inspection notice from the buildings department, they'll have to take forward maintenance projects. As at 2023, there are 28,000 buildings in Hong Kong that reached the age of 30. It is expected that in the coming 10 years, another 7,700 buildings will meet the threshold of having to take forward building maintenance. There is a high demand for building maintenance, and the demand keeps increasing. Project supervision and quality will directly affect people's lives. The fire at Wangfuk Court exposes the loopholes in the building maintenance regime in Hong Kong. For example, there are contractors who use unqualified materials and scaffolding nets that are not fire resistant. There were fire safety systems that were switched off prior to the fire. Ordinary OCs lack the knowledge about building maintenance. There is an information gap. Contractors and consultants collude with each other and result in bid rigging, and all these have to be addressed. The fire at Wangfuk Court was a painful lesson for us. I think we need to step up the use of technology in future to reduce regulatory loopholes and reduce supervision costs. For example, regarding construction material supply chain, we can make use of AIoT and blockchain technology to build a tracking system from raw material manufacturing and to the inspection and certification of materials. We have to have a point-to-point system to supervise the standards of materials. Also, we can build a system to predict risks and accidents. We should collect data on building maintenance. Through AI, we can conduct risk assessment so that when government departments conduct inspections, they can easily detect high-risk areas and projects and check effectively whether a project complies with standards. The government can offer advice on areas that require improvement. As for the smart tender scheme, the government yesterday proposed strengthening the pre-approved list system to step up background checks on contractors and consultants. However, to address the issue of information asymmetry, the government can step up collection of data. With AI technology, the government could, for example, consolidate the non-compliance records of registers and consultants and relevant shareholders, past records on voting by OCs, as well as pricing information. Through AI analysis, we can detect suspicious tender documents to reduce bid rigging. Through AI, OCs can make use of the computer system to look for more objective data about pricing. Through the strengthened version of the smart tender scheme and the use of AI, we can enhance the regulatory capacity of government departments. It could also help government speed up the approval process and provide more comprehensive and objective information to owners and OCs. I support the motion and all the amendments. Mr. Chris Yip, Deputy President, according to government statistics, as at the end of 2023, there are over 28,000 buildings that reach the threshold under the building inspection scheme. I represent Cheung Kwan O, and 16% of the buildings reach the threshold. In Ma On Shan, there are many buildings that reach the age of 30 as well. I serve the Yau Chin Mong District Council, and 80% of the buildings there reach the age of 30 as well. The aging of building is getting more serious in Hong Kong, and there will be an increasing demand for building maintenance services. However, there are many loopholes in our tendering system, and this has become a lucrative business for the unscrupulous elements. That's why we see bid rigging everywhere. I appreciate Mr. Chong for moving the motion so that we can all pick our brains on this issue. Back in 1993, the government rolled out CAP 344, the Buildings Management Ordinance, to support minority owners of private buildings to run their owners' corporations and manage properties as well as maintenance matters. Over the past 30 years, the government has been improving the legislation to help private building owners manage their buildings and properties. However, owners' corporations and owners often lack the knowledge to oversee building management matters or carry out maintenance projects. When owners get the inspection notices from the government, there are often fierce competition in relation to carrying out the maintenance project. The root of the problem is that the government fails to monitor the maintenance works and offer advice to OCs to how they should take forward the projects. Mr. Chang Hock-Fung raised the amendment suggesting that there should be an authority that is responsible for the maintenance projects so that private buildings can comply with the mandatory building inspection orders. This is one way to solve the problem. With a statutory body being fully responsible for all maintenance projects, it could oversee the process and make sure that all processes comply with the statutory requirements, and this can help protect minority owners' interests. I understand that it is not easy for the government to set up a statutory body dedicated to this. I understand we have to look into this in detail. Yesterday, Mrs. Bernadette Lin said the government will upgrade the building maintenance works from Category 2 to Category 1 minor works, and owners will have to engage third-party professionals to submit maintenance projects proposals and supervision plans. At the same time, the government will enhance the smart tender scheme, and more stringent standards will be imposed. For example, background checks will be conducted on contractors and consultants. And for owners that are making use of the smart tender platform and receiving government subsidies will have to comply with the government's advice on which contractors they should select. This can effectively protect minority owners. Mr. John Lee, the chief executive, has asked the independent committee that investigates the cause of the fire at Wanford Court to come up with recommendations for reform, and this is a critical step. I expect the government to therefore deepen monitoring and supervision on private building maintenance projects. It should also think of ways to protect minority owners to effectively help carry out the maintenance projects to prevent old buildings from getting old and dilapidated. This will allow minority owners to live in peace and contentment. I so submit I support the motion and all amendments. Ms. Rebecca Chen. Deputy President, after the fire at Wanford Court, the government said after the commencement of this LegCo term, it will study with LegCo members how to address the issue. In these 2 days, we are making use of the LegCo Council meeting to discuss this, and this is going to be one of the major tasks for the government this year. There are many buildings in Hong Kong that reach the age of 30 to 50. So there's an increasing demand for building maintenance services. So the government will have to address problems such as bid rigging and lack of supervision on construction materials. On this, the government has come up with a series of proposals. For example, it will step up the smart tender scheme to impose more stringent standards, and the URA will be responsible for the bidding process for buildings that receive government subsidies. The government will also put in place measures to prevent owners from being manipulated through their powers of attorney. On fire safety issues during maintenance works, as far as we understand, the fire alarm systems did not go off during the Wangford Court fire in all 7 blocks, and all windows were sealed by styrofoam, and the escape routes were also modified, and therefore a lot of smoke got into the buildings, and therefore the fire escape route failed to meet the standards. On this, I think the government should step up law enforcement and education efforts. On law enforcement, the government can set up a dedicated team to conduct patrols and inspections to make sure that fire safety systems, including fire escape route and means of escape and fire doors, comply with the standards during the construction process. Also, the fire engineering system were rolled out last year. So will there be more fire officers who will be available to conduct patrols after the launch of the fire engineering scheme? Can this fire engineering scheme be extended to other parts to ensure building safety? On education, we have to educate citizens about fire safety. They have to stay vigilant about the fire safety systems in their buildings. If it is found that the fire safety system does not function or are being switched off during the construction process, they should report the matter. On the other hand, we need a smoking ban. During construction process at Wangford Court, a lot of flammable materials were piled up, and if someone smoked, it would be very dangerous. So, the Labor Department should issue notices to ban anyone on the construction site from smoking. The government is planning to amend the existing legislations to impose a smoking ban on construction sites. However, at the same time, I think the government should offer support to construction workers who smoke. I think the government should not simply impose penalties to prevent people from smoking. I heard that there are more and more construction workers who are receiving smoking cessation services from charity organizations. Can the government step up collaboration with welfare organizations on rolling out smoke cessation services? This should be part of government's plan to promote the health of construction workers. The government should also promote information about nicotine and making use of gum to help construction workers quit smoking. The fire at Wangford Court is not just a tragedy. It is also a grave lesson for us to learn to remind us of the importance of ensuring fire safety. It takes time for us to heal our wounds as well as to reform the existing system. All citizens should be made responsible and should be aware of this in order to prevent such a tragedy. Thank you.
Ms. Maggie Chan. Thank you, President. I speak in support of the motion moved by Mr. Mark Chong and all amendments. The Wangford Court fire exposed the lack of transparency of the bidding process. There's the issue of bid rigging, and minority owners lacked the professional knowledge. Proxy votes were abused. We need to improve the system from the perspective of law as well as system. We need to dismantle the barrier of vested interest. Yesterday the government touched on a series of law reforms, and I'd like to focus on building maintenance work system. The engineering consultant used to rely on the percentage of the total expenditure of contractor, whereas contractors are responsible for construction, purchase, and so on. In the downstream, the project cost is increased at the stage of purchasing. So the project cost in the tender process is low. However, when it comes to construction per se, construction works carry a hefty price tag. Minority owners are at the mercy of these unscrupulous criminals. I agree with the splitting of the functions of engineering consultants and work supervision and contractors. Smart tender should be used. Independent engineering consultants should only be responsible for inspections, checking, and acceptance. This way, we can eradicate collusion and low bid price but exorbitant construction costs in the end. Next, principal contractors need to declare the qualifications of all the subcontractors. The principal contractors should be held accountable in order to avoid layers of some contractors. I agree with Mr. Kenneth Fox's amendment. We need to step up support for minority owners. We should also establish a new building maintenance authority. I propose to set up of a task force led by the Secretary of Department. There should be the collaboration of the police force, ICAC, district offices, building department, FSD, EMSD, and so on. There should be a dedicated report hotline. There should also be easy complaint avenue. We should make it convenient for minority owners to seek assistance as well as mediation services. We need to expand the scope of legal aid to cover minority owners, engineering consultants, as well as contractors of construction works. We need to provide assistance for contracts involving communal areas. Yesterday, the administration touched on smart tender. I suggest improving the building management platform of district offices. Fees should be low. There should also be open and transparent procedures. The tender results should be published for the public. This will enhance the transparency of the bids, and this will also ensure the due diligence of bidders. We need to impose a cap on proxy votes. We need to prevent one person from monopolizing the entire process. There should also be regulations in relation to OC general meetings. I support the implementation of a total ban on smoking in construction sites. I support the motion, and I also support all amendments. Thank you. Mr. Rock Chan. Thank you, President. The Wangfuk Court fire reminded us once again of the importance of building safety. It affects not just the public, but it may cost lives. That's why I am glad to see that the administration worked on different perspectives. I'm glad to see the new mindset of the government. However, when it comes to implementation details, I have a few suggestions to make in order that the policies can be implemented in a down-to-earth manner. At present, it relies on private certification and diligence of the private sector. There's a lack of supervision by the government. In order to plug the regulatory loopholes, I suggest, as for large-scale building maintenance works, authorized personnel should be assuming the role of clerk of works or project supervisors. This should be done through smart tender of the URA. Project supervisors or clerk of works should help with e-bidding of the project, monitoring construction materials, process, and so on. We need to make sure all these comply with the law. This will greatly enhance the quality of building maintenance works as well as their transparency. The Buildings Department is compiling a new code of practice as a result of the fire. All protective nets need to be checked, and they could only be used when they pass the requirements. There will also be blitz operations for surprise checks of the nets. I'm all out for this suggestion. With the support of the government, we will make sure construction materials of uneven quality will not be conflated. In Hong Kong, there are a total of 28,000 buildings aged 30 years or above. Every year, the Buildings Department selects about 600 buildings for inspection. At present, a total of 7,000 buildings have received statutory notices, but at present, 60% of the buildings have not yet completed the relevant procedures. We are lagging behind. If the threshold remains the same, that is 30 years old, the backlog of the buildings that remain unchecked will only continue. I suggest in a short period of time, we need to focus on higher risk buildings. In the long run, we need to relax the threshold in order to cover even more buildings. For those buildings which have not complied with the statutory notices, we need to update the list in order to target really high-risk buildings. We also need to step up law enforcement actions. That's exactly how we can enhance the effectiveness of safeguarding the safety of large-scale maintenance works. A lot of OC members take part in the meetings on a voluntary basis. They lack the necessary professional knowledge. That's exactly why there are loopholes. Property management companies, by contrast, have a better understanding of construction maintenance costs, contract clauses, and so on. I suggest property management companies be given more authority. Construction materials, purchase of materials, technical feasibility, the property management company should be given more authority to provide opinions, whereas the final say still rests with the OC. In addition, we need to enhance the regulation of construction maintenance works by the district officers. We need to make sure OCs will receive legal assistance whenever it is called for. In my opinion, owners should take part in OC meetings in person. I appeal to the government to step up publicity to encourage owners to join the meetings in person. Whenever they have any questions, they should raise them in no time. That is exactly how they can protect their own interests and rights. I support the motion and all amendments. Mr. Chen Xiu-hong, thank you, President. Building maintenance is a complicated issue. It covers a lot of areas. The Taipo fire exposed many different issues ranging from building maintenance, project supervision, and so on. That's why we had a government motion debate yesterday. In 2012, the government implemented the MBIS, requiring all buildings aged 30 years old or above to conduct an inspection every 10 years. For single-block buildings or large estate, the maintenance costs may be as many as millions of dollars or even tens of millions of dollars. As in these construction works involve technical details, it is easy for criminals to engage in bid rigging. From 2018 to 2022, the ICAC received a total of 31 complaints about bid rigging of maintenance works. However, there was only one conviction. The modus operandi of bid rigging is evolving. We need to combat this situation. We need to prevent bid rigging. In Hong Kong, there are a total of 20,000 private buildings that are aged 30 years old or above. I suggest expanding the function of the URA. We need to enhance its function in order to help property owners who don't really know much about construction works. We need to help them choose the right engineering consultant and contractors. Regarding the enhanced smart tender, the pre-approved list of engineering consultants and contractors will help property owners and the public to choose appropriate engineering consultants and the relevant consultants. At Fort Garden Vista in Sha Tin in 2016, there was a court verdict on a bid rigging case. The administration hasn't yet taken on board the suggestion put forward by the court. We need to consider establishing the Building Maintenance Authority to handle building maintenance works in a better way. This will prevent the problem of a lack of resources of the URA. Then we can cope with the even more maintenance works in the future when it comes to buildings. We need to see whether the functions of the URA will cover policy formulation, implementation, supervision, promotion. We need to take a close look at the functions of this. Regarding the splitting of the functions of engineering consultants and contractors, this suggestion is put forward in order to prevent the monopoly of the process. We need to prevent conflict of interest. We need to enhance the bargaining power of minority owners. However, when it comes to the unbundling of the construction contracts, we need to take into account the possible impact. If the construction works are broken down into really fine bits, we need to be mindful of the possible issue of the delineation of responsibilities. We may not be able to eradicate the problem of bid rigging. I do believe we need to enhance the function of the URA and set up a new building maintenance authority. But then the government needs to carry out inspections of construction sites more rigorously. There should be police operations to check construction materials, and there should also be more publicity in relation to the enhanced smart tender. Apart from that, the property management sector and the construction industry needs to have the mindset of self-correction and self-improvement. That is how we can foster a culture of safety in this industry. Regarding Mr. Bill Tang's amendments of proxy votes, I agree with Mr. Bill Tang. There should be a cap on the number of proxy votes. The relevant documents should also be shown in estates, and this will prevent forced proxy vote. Thank you.
Ms. Judy Chen. President, I speak in support of Mr. Mark Zhong's original motion on improving the management of building maintenance works. I thank him for moving the motion. We have a serious building aging problem in Hong Kong. Building maintenance is an imminent challenge for us, yet to be resolved. For members of the public, they are concerned about their living environment as well as its safety. Now, according to the Buildings Department's information, as at the end of year 2024, over 9,000 buildings in Hong Kong were aged over 50. In other words, we have lots of buildings that will be subject to building renovation. This should be done to protect us. But on the other hand, it also poses huge financial pressure on us. And for a long time, there have been disputes over building renovation projects. It's really a pain in the neck for minority owners. Now, yesterday, we discussed the Wangfu Court fire. This tragedy has exposed some systematic flaws. It's an alarm for us. And in fact, recently I have received a lot of inquiries related to this topic. Many property owners are concerned about their safety and the safety of their homes. Their lives are at stake. Now, when it comes to building maintenance, property owners are usually concerned about how costly the works are, the quality of works, suspected bid rigging, and safety hazards. Lives may be at stake. The government has taken a multi-pronged approach to provide better safeguards for minority owners. Now, I'm happy to learn from yesterday's debate that the Home and Youth Affairs Bureau will take forward reform in 5 directions. There'll be a review of the building maintenance ordinance. For example, the higher the sum, the contract sum, the higher the threshold for any resolution at the OC's AGM to be passed. And for the power of attorney, there will be greater transparency. There will also be a requirement for interest to be declared. Clearer guidelines will be put in place on how meetings should take place. If these legislative amendments are passed early, we will be able to enhance transparency and protect property owners' rights more effectively. We can also prevent the voting process from being manipulated by a handful of elements. The district councillors will also be able to play a stronger role in the building maintenance process. I hope that the Bureau will kickstart the consultation exercise as quickly as possible so that we can enact legislation and implement the new arrangements as soon as possible. On the other hand, I think that we should enhance the functions of the URA, especially we should enhance the smart tender scheme. At the moment, the list only applies to engineering companies at the earliest stage taking part in the tendering process. But there is a lack of supervision at the subsequent stages. There is a lack of information transparency either. And that is why, as exposed in the Wangfu Court fire, we have seen a spate of problems such as forged documents, illegal operation of owners' corporations, and illegal engagement of consultants. I hope that the functions of the URA can be enhanced with enhanced smart tender scheme as well, so as to address these issues. Well, this is an imminent issue. The government should act immediately with legislative amendments so that we can reassure property owners and ensure safety in the community. I support the motion. Mr. Vincent Chang. President, the Wangfu Court fire has exposed the systematic flaws in works supervision, and I thank Mr. Mark Chong for moving today's motion. It is an opportunity for us to ponder this issue more carefully. Now, first, I'd like to refer to Mr. Nick Chan's amendment that is for government departments to entrust the URA in engaging engineering consultants to prevent the voting process from being manipulated by some criminal elements. I thank the government for responding positively to this idea yesterday. Now, building maintenance has always been the hotbed for bid rigging. We have the key role undertaken by engineering consultants. who is in charge of tendering as well as work supervision. If we have an independently appointed third party in charge of the process, this can help address the issue of conflict of interest. And under the Operation Building Rights promulgated by the URA, if you engage a third-party consultant, will be able to combat bid rigging. After the fire, I've heard voices from the community that the tenders returned to the smart tender platform tend to be on a high side, and the URA has not taken into account the previous complaint records relating to contractors. Now, I was an NED of URA. I understand how it works, and to be fair, it's outside the current scope of the URA. I agree that we should enhance smart tender and the functions of the URA, and there should be clearer delineation of work. Now, another area is about the Bureau's proposed legislative amendments. Now, as mentioned, after the mini storage fire in Amoy Gardens, the government stepped up regulation of mini storage, and that caused the rent for mini storage space to go up, and that there will be new requirements imposed through legislative amendments. This will add to the cost as well. As I understand, for an aged building in Sham Shui Po, each household will need to pay up to $100,000 for building maintenance. Some owners used to get half of this sum covered through a subsidy scheme in the OBB, but now this scheme has come to a halt. So what if works become more costly? After passage of the amendment bill, owners will need to pay more for maintaining the old buildings. Now, it's really difficult for property owners to pay, say, $10,000 more a month as building maintenance fees. And it's really difficult. They'd rather not go ahead with it. And that is why we should make sure buildings are properly maintained on a regular basis. The government should also review what happened in Wanford Court fire. And in fact, a year ago, in Jordan, another building was blazed, and it was quite serious. It also sparked public concern. The government back then accepted our suggestion. The government established an interdepartmental coordination mechanism to provide support and follow up on building maintenance and safety. And this mechanism comprises 4 departments. We'd like to have details on how many meetings were convened and works progress. I hope the Secretary could give us some idea. And in the past few years, the ICAC received lots of complaints relating to building maintenance. But what about prosecution and conviction figures? There is a lack of effective enforcement. As mentioned by fellow members, we have an aging building stock in Hong Kong. Things are getting worse, but rehabilitation progress has been slow. I was an NED of URA, and in fact, we could look back on what happened. The URA wears different hats. We need to make sure that the additional work will not drag the other foot on building rehabilitation or urban renewal. So we should provide flexibility so that there are more tools in the toolbox of the URA when it comes to acquisition and flat for flat, and that there will be clearer delineation of work. I so submit. Mr. Alex Fan. I support Mr. Mark John's motion and Mr. Ken Fox's amendment. Many building renovation projects in Hong Kong involves sums up to hundreds of millions of dollars, and property owners need to exhaust the savings in order to pay for the projects. And there are questions on the quality of works and cost effectiveness as well as transparency. We need to improve the design of the system to prevent the risk of corruption and conflict of interest. I'd like to focus on the splitting of functions of engineering consultants and the splitting of contracts. At the moment, most building renovation projects adopt a once and through train approach. That means the same consultant will be in charge of site investigation, tendering, assessment, work supervision, and acceptance. Now, this may seem convenient for OCs or property owners. If they only engage a single team, we can improve communication and lower costs. However, the problem is the consultant will then play multiple roles. The consultant will be designing the project and supervising the works of their own, as well as accepting the completed product. And there is a lack of checks and balances, and this will also draw public concern. So we need to improve the system by introducing a clearer delineation of work to lower the risk and enhance credibility. Now, on the 27th of April 2022, there was a legible written question on potential conflict of interest in public works. And according to the government's reply, in major government projects, the government already requires contractors and consultants to ensure that there will not be conflict of interest when fulfilling their respective duties, and there should be a firewall set up. This may not directly relate to building renovation projects that we're discussing, but the same theory applies. When it comes to works of a certain scale involving a high sum of money, the single consultant approach may give rise to possible conflict of interest. We should address the hazards by setting up firewall principles. And we should split the functions of engineering consultants so as to better divide the work and enhance public confidence. I support this idea. This will provide checks and balances. And in terms of specific design, we need to make sure that there will not be unnecessary administrative costs. I have 3 suggestions. The government should work with different professional bodies and draw up specific guidelines targeting building works of different scale. For example, for major renovation projects with contract sums exceeding a certain amount, at least 2 unrelated consultants should be engaged, which will be in charge of design as well as work supervision respectively. Whereas for projects of a smaller scale, more flexibility can be deployed. The second point is we need to have regard to market capability and costs when engaging consultants, as to avoid the cost being transferred onto property owners. That means we should draw up standard contracts and fee schedules. Third point, we need to make sure there is clear division of work. It should be put in black and white to avoid disputes in the future. Now, the policy bureaus should work with professional institutes and the professional bodies to draw up guidelines together. Now, the Secretary mentioned yesterday that the government will require the ULA to draw up more stringent pre-approved lists, and they will check the track record, the disciplinary records of consultants and contractors, as well as gauging the feedback of owners. I'm happy to learn that. I understand that the government in Singapore has set up a system. There is a body dedicated to overseeing major renovation projects in public housing estates. I think we can make reference to this practice to enhance ULA's function so as to take forward this reform. Your time is up.
Mr. Ray Wong. President, first I would like to thank Mr. Mark Chung for the motion and the other 4 members for the amendments. Like Mr. Mark Chung said, this has plagued many citizens, and bid rigging will risk the lives of the public. I think we have to build a strong foundation. We have many industries in Hong Kong that have the capacity. There are also many startups. They just lack the opportunity. We have to leverage our strengths. First, I suggest that the ITIB set up dedicated funds to support tech startups. They should study the invention of AI sensors. This is not a new technology. I think that this technology is quite mature in other markets. I believe the government does not have to allocate too many resources on this. Second, the BPA suggests that the government works with the industry as well as the academic sector. We can have universities study having firefighting drones as well as new fire alarm systems. The Buildings Department have been making use of the BIM system. I think we have to promote this kind of technology. Third, I've talked to the sector, and our consensus is that we should speed up the promotion of information dissemination system and IoT fire alarm detection system. We have to extend the coverage of these technologies. This can help us prevent fire. The sector says the relevant technology is quite mature in Hong Kong, and the government should take the lead to make use of the technology to protect citizens' safety. At the same time, I'm quite concerned about the operation of OCs in Hong Kong. As far as I understand, a lot of maintenance projects cannot be completed and the prices are exorbitant. This is because of lack of transparency and information asymmetry. A lot of district council members have to lend offices, and this is because there is a lack of premises offered by the government. The government should provide more venues for OCs, and under the compliance of privacy legislations, we could introduce smart recording systems. We can make use of AI transcribing functions to generate meeting minutes. We can make use of this kind of technologies to prevent disputes between citizens or minority owners and OCs. This can also prevent legal disputes and enhance transparency of OC meetings. Now turning to bid rigging, I think we can make use of this kind of technology to make evidence collection more efficient. I think we have to make use of new technology to address the building maintenance regime in Hong Kong. Thank you. Mr. Chen Pui-leung. Thank you, President. Currently, there are over 28,000 private buildings in Hong Kong that reach the age of 30 or above. In the future, a lot of money will be dedicated to building maintenance. In recent years, many housing estates are involved in sky-high priced maintenance projects, and there are also bid rigging issues. From construction materials to safety monitoring, there are many transfers of benefits. This is because this is a lucrative business for unscrupulous elements. Minority owners are left helpless. So we have to enhance transparency and introduce competition to prevent bid rigging. We also need independent supervision. The URA implemented the smart tender scheme to ensure fair competition and to combat bid rigging. However, in recent years, there are many maintenance projects that show that there are loopholes, especially the fire at Wangfuk Court. Some companies, they control the prices through certain platforms, and then they set up companies after finishing a project and repeat the same process. Therefore, I agree that the government should step up combating bid rigging. It should strengthen the function of the smart tender scheme and set up a pre-approved list of contractors and consultants and conduct background checks on consultants and contractors to see if they have any previous criminal records. This will enhance transparency. At the same time, I think we need to introduce more contractors to the platform to enhance competition. The government said the URA will do sample or random checks on maintenance projects that receive government subsidies. I think the government should increase the number of or the frequency of inspections to make sure that all maintenance projects that receive government subsidies comply with the standards and rules. I understand that minority owners lack the knowledge to deal with complicated matters concerning building maintenance projects, so the government need to step up support for them. I agree with the original motion that, for example, the HAD should more proactively explain to minority owners and provide advisory services, and where necessary, the HAD should step in to help operate the owners' corporations. At the same time, minority owners have to attend OC meetings instead of authorizing others to attend the meetings so that there won't be abuse of proxy votes. The government is studying how to improve the management of OCs. I think the government should increase the threshold for OCs to pass certain resolution. In face of complaints, the government currently relies on regulatory departments and there lacks an effective communication mechanism. For example, the buildings department inspects scaffolding nets and the labor department checks whether there are any construction workers smoking on the site, and the FSD only inspects the fire systems. Each department works in silos with a lack of a collaborative monitoring mechanism. There might be major safety issues. I suggest that the government set up a central complaint or reporting platform which requires cross-departmental efforts. This central platform, upon receiving complaints, should serve as the coordinator and supervisor to follow up on any complaint cases received to address the problems so as to give citizens a peace of mind. I so submit. I support the motion and all the amendments. Thank you. Dr. Thomas So. Thank you, President. I speak in support of the original motion and all the amendments. On improving building maintenance and management, I would like to focus on 3 areas. First, on the safety standards for maintenance projects, the list of materials used, and the regulatory system. How can we ensure that the system will not fail again and will work effectively in the future? Second, are there transfer of benefits or conflict of interests in maintenance projects? Is corruption or bid rigging involved? Is the current penalty enough? Third, can we make use of technology to further improve building management projects? On the first area regarding work supervision, I agree that the government has, within a short period of time, responded to the regulatory issues. For example, the government will propose legislative amendments to enhance fire safety systems. In the past, when fire systems were turned off, they only needed to notify the relevant departments afterwards. Now the system will be enhanced and the role of the property management companies will be enhanced as well. It is required that property management companies will be the statutory gatekeepers. Also, the government will amend the buildings ordinance to improve the supervision and monitoring of the use of construction materials to ensure construction safety and to reduce fire hazards. This fire at Wangfuk Court involves flammable materials as well as the sealing of windows. I think in the future, the government must step up inspections on sites that are undergoing major maintenance works. The government, that is the FSD, will have to be the gatekeeper to ensure that the measures are implemented effectively. Second, on legal issues, I know that the police have been taking resolute actions. It has arrested 16 people on suspicion of fraud. It has arrested 6 people on suspicion of 16 people on suspicion of manslaughter, 6 people on suspicion of fraud, and other 14 people on suspicion of corruption. I think the government has to the sector has to exercise self-discipline. Each one has to be responsible for site safety. The government has to introduce harsher penalties on registered contractors. The principal contractor has to be made legally accountable. I will pay close attention to the relevant deliberations of the legislative amendments. Third, on building management, a lot of the members in OCs work pro bono. They do not have the relevant engineering background. They need government support, so I welcome the suggestion that the government enhance the role of the URA. We need to enhance the smart tender scheme and roll out a pre-approved list of contractors and consultants. I hope these measures will enhance the effectiveness of managing these maintenance projects to address the loopholes that have existed for years. OCs are an integral part of our community. I personally think that we have to further improve the district governance system. In the future, we have to study making use of technology to promote the effectiveness of building management as well as building maintenance. We have to revamp the relevant regimes. I support the motion. Thank you.
Mr. Brave Chen, thank you, President. Thank you, Department representatives as well as secretaries and bureau chiefs. I speak in support of the motion moved by Mr. Mark Chung on improving the management of building maintenance works as well as all amendments. Yesterday we had a quite thorough discussion on this matter. We touched on post-disaster relief efforts, which gave us a complete picture of reforms. We are an international metropolis. We have a lot of international high-rises in Hong Kong. That's why we need to have a high fire safety standards. We have a lot of skyscrapers in Hong Kong. We have a good fire safety standards when it comes to these skyscrapers. Why do we encounter problems with other buildings in Hong Kong? As Mr. John Lee, the CE, said, we need to dismantle the barriers of vested interest. In the coming 10 years, there will be an exponential increase in the number of aged buildings. In 2023, there were a total of 28,000 private buildings reaching the age of 30 or above, accounting for 64% of all in Hong Kong. In other words, in the coming 10 years, there will be 7,000 more such buildings. There are 2 types of private buildings in Hong Kong, one with OC, the other without OC. Historically speaking, of course, people prefer buildings with OCs. In OCs, some take part in meetings on a voluntary basis. Most of them aren't professionals. It'd be quite difficult for non-professionals to reach professional judgments and decisions. It'd be easy for them to be cheated, given the fact that they aren't professionals. For buildings without OCs, by contrast, there are more professionals managing the building. They could prevent such a situation from happening. As Mr. John Lee, the CE, said, we take a target-oriented or result-oriented approach. We need to enhance speed, efficiency, effectiveness. We need to put people's lives first. That's the lesson we can draw from this disaster. When it comes to bid rigging, the ICAC and other law enforcement agencies have been clamping down on this issue. We need to ensure a whitelist will prevent criminals from exploiting the situation. Many members, including the president, who are directly elected, are involved in buildings in Hong Kong, especially in older districts. They have more experience in this regard. Perhaps we can make suggestions to the administration to offer better protection. We need to remove contractors without a good standing. At least you can offer better protection. In short, medium to long-term measures, the government has well-intended policies. It is just the same as removing the non-compliant billboards. We need to start with low-hanging fruit first. Start easy. You need to get started first, and then we can deal with the costs later on. That's exactly how we can protect public safety. That's how we can protect lives in Hong Kong. Regarding benefits and interests, say when it comes to inspections, the Buildings Department, Labor Department, and FSD need to make better use of big data, such as drones. When a department is aware of an issue out of its purview, they should inform another department overseeing this policy portfolio. That's how we can reduce high risks. That's why I support this motion. I support this issue. I want different government departments to do a better job. Thank you. I so submit. Mr. Perry Yu. Thank you, President. Indeed, the maintenance of older buildings is a long-standing and intractable issue. We are deeply saddened by the Wangfuk Court fire. The administration made quite a lot of positive responses yesterday at the council meeting. I hope the government can coordinate efforts across different departments and work closer with the Legislative Council to carry out reviews and reforms. Overall, I support the motion moved by Mr. Mark Chung as well as other amendments. Mr. Kenneth Fox said that the administration shouldn't assume all minority owners have the ability to manage building maintenance works. I agree. OC members take part in meetings on a voluntary basis. However, building maintenance straddles a lot of different professional areas. There's an information gap between OCs and contractors, giving rise to loopholes. That's why we need to take a multi-pronged approach when it comes to reforms. We need to narrow the gap of information. We need to allow OCs to play a regulatory and supervisory function. On the other hand, we also need to close the regulatory loopholes. We need to prevent criminal elements from exploiting the situation. We need to enhance the transparency of information. We also need to help minority owners to get a better picture of the market. I thank the Development Bureau for enhancing the functions of smart tender. I hope the objective ratings of engineering consultants will be included in the enhanced smart tender. There should also be more disclosure of information. There should be standardized contracts, and there should also be penalties when it comes to breaches of contractual terms. Then we can close the regulatory loopholes. In addition, the government needs to ramp up support for OCs and help the industry to do a better job. I support the amendment in which OCs should receive mediation and professional consultation services. I support it. I also welcome the Secretary's policy to enhance the functions of smart tender. I hope we can at the same time look into the purchase and procurement of construction materials and the monitoring of quality. As I'm aware, the HYAB will further improve the buildings management ordinance. We need to enhance the transparency of decision-making by OCs. We also need to require other OC members elect to declare their interest and responsibilities. We need to prevent people with ulterior motive to rig the process or to control the process. I have 2 extra points to make. 1, having an OC isn't the only way to improve building maintenance works. Its operation relies heavily on dedicated minority owners. Not all OCs have such conditions. However, OCs have been perceived as the only way to improve building maintenance works. Other methods are neglected. Yesterday, I read an article about surveying. We need to prevent exorbitant construction works. We also need to ensure the high quality of day-to-day maintenance. This matters a lot. Under the principle of the lowest bid wins, the quality of construction works is sacrificed with unreasonable costs. In the long run, this will lead to an increase in the cost of building maintenance. The government should provide an exemption mechanism for buildings that are well maintained to be exempt from the MBIS. Then more resources can be put into day-to-day maintenance works. We should consider this way forward as well. Thank you. I so submit. Mr. Andrew Lam. Thank you, President. I speak in support of Mr. Mark Chong's motion and the other 4 amendments. I definitely agree with the general direction of the original motion. A few proposals are made under the original motion. Building maintenance works vary in different degrees. There could be works on different scales. In a discussion of tenders and construction management, we need to delineate the scale of different works. We shouldn't adopt a one-size-fits-all approach, otherwise there will be nuisance to residents. Just now the Secretary talked about the definition of large-scale maintenance works and other classes of general works. If we unbundle the contracts just in order to prevent bid rigging, will it be counterproductive? Regarding the building rehabilitation support scheme, there are a total of 6 subsidy schemes covering elevators, fire safety, MBIS, drainage system, freshwater system, and so on. There are also loan-free mechanisms, Operation Building Bright 2.0, as well as other subsidy schemes. With smart tenders, this is a perfect approach. If the URA doesn't provide one-stop shop services, then probably minority owners will be confused. There should be greater support provided to minority owners. There should also be closer ties between property owners and property management companies. Otherwise, we aren't really helping the situation. We're only doing patch-up work. In the original motion, it proposes the implementation of a total smoking ban in building maintenance work sites. On the surface, I support it, but I have already taken a closer look. In some construction sites within the buildings, that is the area of a construction site as well. Does it mean that we need to ban smoking even inside the units? If there are shops, then there are more than construction workers on the site. There are store operators, there are residents as well. We need to clearly delineate the scope and define behavior very clearly. Otherwise, Even if we have legislation, it is not in touch with reality. I'd like to echo what the Secretary said just now. Targeting fire safety and bid rigging, we have dedicated legislation and law enforcement agencies. In tackling the matters of concern to us, probably there is room for improvement. 3 fronts. 1. Improvements immediately. 2. We should invite more policy bureaus to take part in it. 3. We should subcontract the task to somebody else. Targeting building maintenance works. If we establish a new building maintenance authority, we want to turn it into a one-stop shop. Do you want a one-stop shop for regulation and supervision, or a one-stop shop for support services, or do you want one single one-stop shop for all these services? If you only provide a one-stop shop for support services, it's no different from the URA. Why we cannot use the Building Rehabilitation Scheme 2.0? We really need to plug the loophole of 3 new buildings. Do we really need a dedicated authority to play this role? This is worth our serious consideration. When professionals are involved, the cost would definitely go up. So in the future, for suggestions on improving supervision and supporting procedures, we need to consider the use of technologies in order to reduce the burden on minority owners. We shouldn't slacken the pace of urban renewal. Thank you.
多謝主席。
Dr. David Lam, thank you, President. I speak in support of Mr. Mark Zhong's motion as well as all the amendments. Let me first talk about workers. Construction workers are stakeholders of building maintenance. In the past, some young people joined the construction industry because of how attractive the job was. In 2024, when we discussed an amendment bill, it was said that the construction industry faces a problem of delay of payment. This is the cause of delay of works as well as wages in arrears. And according to the Development Bureau's study, the unpaid amount accounted for 5 to 12% of the business turnover of the industry. And for delayed payment, the situation was serious, from 6 months to 2 to 3 years delay. And according to the government statistics, fatal industrial accidents figure stood at least 8 in 2025. In 2024, there were 14, 2023, 20. And the number of deaths recorded in the past 10 years range from 10 to 22. So if we do not provide more protection, how do we make sure we can attract new blood to the industry? If the job is not safe for them, parents would stop their children from joining the construction industry. Now, in October 2025, a residential development in Ho Man Tin was completed. But according to media reports, despite the development being luxury homes, over 100 property owners complained about the quality of works. Soda cans were found in the shear walls. The safety officer was engaged by the contractor. The safety officer was an employee, so nobody supervised the works or the safety of workers. There should be a clerk of works in charge of materials and laborers. And again, the clerk was appointed by the contractor. Now, there are 3 major problems that I just went through: delay, wages in arrears, safety hazards, and shoddy materials being used. The government should take a bold move. either through the ULA or an independent authority. We should ensure that the work supervision aspect should be reported to the ULA or that authority, so that we can address the issue of consultants supervising the works of their own contractors. And we should further amend the legislation to mandate the developers or contractors to deposit sums with the ULA or that independent authority, so that in the event of delayed wages, the authority can step in using the sum already deposited to pay workers their wages. Now, if the new legislation proves to be effective, then I will not insist on this idea. But at least we should empower the ULA to do more or set up an independent authority. These are the ideas that I propose to the government. I hope that more can be done to undertake this reform. Mr. Scott Leung. Thank you, President. We have built a serious aging building stock problem, and we have more and more old buildings with 50 years of age, and we need to improve the building management process to make sure people's homes are safe. And in recent years, we've heard about many disputes surrounding building maintenance and poor quality of works. This shows that there are loopholes that should be plugged. We should ensure a level playing field and enhance transparency to protect the interests of property owners. Now, for old buildings, the property owners often do not have knowledge about building maintenance. It may be all right for them to engage a security guard to patrol the building or a cleaner to clear the rubbish, but when it comes to major renovation, they do not have the know-how. They rely on the consultant. And it is important to make sure that the tendering process and work supervision are closely monitored. And yesterday, I heard that the government will enhance the smart tender function of the ULA. I think that this will be a relief for many OCs or property owners. And there will be a more stringent pre-approved list drawn up for the ULA to take the lead in monitoring the progress, and for owners to be able to monitor this list on a continuous basis. I support the idea. I think this will enhance credibility and that the ULA will play a more important role in the tendering process. This will also address the issue of collusion and transfer of interest. Consultants, contractors will be required to submit reports for assessment. There should be transparency in terms of works progress to make sure that the progress tally with what's set out in the tender. This will prevent the practice of consultants manipulating the subsequent processes and cheating owners of their savings. But I'm concerned about this. There may be some elements who would like to push for proxy votes to be collected so that renovation projects can be taken forward as quickly as possible in order to exploit this loophole. Now, if the government has issued an order or if you have successfully applied for government subsidy, then perhaps the works should be suspended until the administrative measures are put in place. This will prevent the unscrupulous elements from making the last scoop before the new system is put in place. Another point about the motion is about the splitting of contracts. Now, I do have some doubts I agree that by splitting the contracts, we can enhance the bargaining power of owners. It will also be conducive to work supervision in the future to ensure work's quality. But when it comes to actual operation, there may be other problems. For example, for repair of pipes, you may need to erect scaffolding. So who will be responsible for erecting the scaffolding according to the contract? And what about the insurance? Who will be responsible? So in terms of works coordination, there may be other problems if you split the contracts, and this may add to the overall cost. The cost will be transferred onto property owners. So as we discuss the pros and cons of contract splitting, we need to make sure that the government remains the gatekeeper so that there won't be unnecessary additional costs. We should also enhance public awareness by encouraging owners to take part in the building management affairs. For example, there will be new measures for contracts reaching a certain amount. A higher threshold will be put in place at the AGMs of OCs. We should also leverage on technology to enhance governance. We can also verify the identity of proxy vote holders. I fully support these legislative amendments. Now, when it comes to an impasse at the OC meetings, the government can directly step in to make sure that it remains effective. I support the motion. Mr. Tam Chun Kwok. Thank you, President. I thank Mr. Mark Chong for moving the motion. Building maintenance and renovation is really a pain in the neck for property owners. If they receive the MBIS notice, they have no alternative but to take forward building renovation, and that means the owners will need to raise sum in order to cope with the compliance of the notice, and they may not have the professional knowledge in assessing the tenders. And there are also other problems such as bid rigging and not to mention the nuisance coming from the construction noise, debris, and the flats being hoarded up by protective mesh and scaffolding. Well, there are more and more old buildings in Hong Kong. There is a need to improve the system to help property owners. Yesterday, the government moved a motion. The government also proposed a series of measures to target bid rigging and enhance the ULA's function. There will also be legislative amendments. I understand in a few weeks the government will table a bill to introduce a smoking ban across construction sites. I hope that other measures will be implemented as soon as possible. For example, when it comes to site investigation, pre-tendering or tendering process, assessment of tenders, and work supervision, there is a lot on the plate of the contractor or consultant, but there is no requirement that the person in charge of these companies must be somebody with a professional license. And in the event of a closure of business, it would be easy for another company to be formed, which will directly take over the business of the contractor or the consultant. According to the government, the URA will also step up its role, and I welcome that. And there will also be a random inspection in the work supervision process. Well, I welcome the URA's efforts in stepping in the building maintenance process. This will help address the problem of bid rigging. Now, the Competition Commission and the ICAC and the police may take a joint operation according to the respective legislation in going after the bid riggers, but it's very difficult to collect evidence. The penalty levels are not high enough. For example, according to the competition law, only up to 10% of the turnover of this company will be set as the fine, and the company might just easily cease operation, and the culprit may still run another company. So I think the penalties should be increased. For example, the offender should be subject to permanent revocation of license. He should be held criminally liable. There should also be a dedicated piece of legislation to target bid rigging. Now, I think the pre-approved list of the URA is a good idea, but we also need to conduct further studies to plug loopholes. For those engaging in bid rigging, these directors should be put on a blacklist. Now, for the pre-approved list, we should consider the current price levels and see what is reasonable. For example, for a project sum of $3 to $4 million, each household may need to pay up to $200,000–300,000. How should residents decide if this is reasonable or not? An independent third party should be engaged in the assessment process. The government should leverage technology, and there should also be proper keeping of records of tendering. The information should be made transparent. There should also be a warning issued from the system. If there are serious cost overruns or quality issues in the pre-approved list, there should be remarks put in. Well, there are lots of suggestions in today's motion. I hope the government will look into these suggestions so as to address the relevant issues so that we can provide safe homes for property owners.
Ms. Ginny Mann. President, I speak in support of Mr. Mark Chong's motion as well as the other amendments. Building maintenance is a long-standing issue. It involves many layers, and I support the reform direction put forward by Mr. Chong. I have the following suggestions. First, on training up the management committee of OCs, they work on a pro bono basis, but after all, they aren't professionals even if they are dedicated to their work. They cannot oversee the daily operation of their buildings, and they lack the relevant knowledge. They work on a pro bono basis, so I think the government should consider imposing a mandatory requirement, that is, to ask the secretary and the chairman or even the treasury of OCs to take part in training so that they know what to look out for when there are building maintenance projects. Also, the government should step up training so that chairman will have time to take part in the training, and the training should be open to members of the public who are interested. This will help enhance the interests of the public too. Also, on the issue of powers of attorney, for some buildings, it was found that the signatories of the proxy votes had passed away for years. While the case had been reported to the police, there were no way to verify who actually had signed on the proxy votes. Forging this kind of powers of attorney or proxy votes is a serious matter. This is because the maintenance project involves a high cost. I think there should be a registration system in place so that each proxy vote should be given a number, and when someone tenders the proxy vote, the identification number should be checked as well. Also, the government departments should participate in this kind of project by, for example, mounting surprise checks on certificates of contractors. I remember in one case, no one in a building helped to take forward the fire safety check, and so there was a fire, and no one could find the insurance documents or the inspection documents because no one cared to take forward the fire safety work. The management property company should be held accountable, of course, because it had been over a year and still they did not take forward the fire safety system inspection. Also, the FSD did not notice this, so there is a loophole. I think government departments should take the initiative to check the expiry date of the certificates of buildings to create a deterrence. And so the contractors concerned would not dare to forge certificates. Mr. Andrew Fan. Thank you, President. I thank Mr. Mark Chong for moving the first motion of this legislative session so that we have a chance to discuss this topic here. Buildings that reach the age of 30 to 40 years will receive a mandatory building inspection notice. Minority owners have to spend a lot of money to carry out this kind of building renovation projects. As mentioned, not every OC can handle the matter properly. Not to mention there are unscrupulous elements that try to reap owners off through this kind of projects. Therefore, I think the government should take forward reform. It should reform the system so that minority owners have the power and the right to handle the building maintenance projects. To make a good decision for building maintenance, we have to have enough information. Currently, minority owners rely on engineering consultants. I agree with the original motion that the work should be split among different consultants. However, the key does not only lie on engineering consultants. The government has to keep updating the approved list of contractors and consultants so that when problems arise, the parties responsible can be held accountable. On the other hand, owners have to be aware of the risks behind maintenance projects. Owners have to chip in for maintenance projects, and during inclement weather, they have to bear the risk of scaffolding collapse. So the government should submit risk assessment reports to owners from time to time so that owners can be aware of the risks. At the same time, the government should provide more regulatory and advisory support. For example, the government can remind owners of putting in place preventive measures. Lastly, I'd like to talk about bid rigging and building management. According to some media reports, some parties can make hundreds of billions of dollars through carrying out building maintenance projects. I think we have to adopt a multi-pronged approach to combat bid rigging. The HAD can serve as the manager, for example, to help OCs manage building maintenance projects. Also, the government should allocate more resources to the URA or dedicated departments to help OCs deal with tender documents and management contracts so that OCs can detect any suspicious documents. Also, there should be an independent third party to help supervise the procedure so that building maintenance projects could be carried out properly. Lastly, law enforcement agencies should serve as an effective gatekeeper. Owners, as well as Competition Commission, should also help combat bid rigging. Bid rigging should be made a criminal offense to create deterrence. I think only if all of us work together to combat bid rigging, then those who seek to manipulate building maintenance project price could be reduced. According to the Development Bureau, old buildings aged 55 years old or above increase by 510 every year in number. I think the government should play a more active role, and I agree with the Secretary that we need to revamp the smart tender scheme and the role of the URA. We have to assist owners who are receiving government subsidies to handle the tendering process. Then it will give owners a greater peace of mind. Also, I agree that the government should upgrade building maintenance from Category 2 to Category 1 minor works, which require third-party independent professionals to provide engineering proposal. This could help manage risks and enhance protection for citizens. I so submit. I remind members that according to the House rules, this motion debate has to finish by 1 p.m. the latest. I will, at around 12:30 p.m., ask the mover to speak. After that, I will deal with the rest of the process. So far, 57 members have asked to speak on this motion. Currently, 35 members have already spoken. Due to time limit, I ask members to be concise and refrain from repeating the points that have already been raised. Ms. Michelle Tang. President, the fire at Wangfu Court is a tragedy. It has sounded an alarm for us, and it has exposed some deep-seated problems in our building maintenance regime. A lot of members of the sector are angry and shocked by the fire. A small group of unscrupulous elements have tarnished the reputation of the professional sector. They want me to make use of the electrical platform to tell the SAR government to take forward systemic review and reform so that we can make sure that members of the public can be confident with the system again. I think we should work on the issues from on three fronts. First, there needs to be a support system. We need a cross-departmental law enforcement group. We have to enhance the role of the URA as well. People want the government to step in. That shows that they still believe in the government. I think this is a good thing. So I hope the government can show greater determination in addressing the building maintenance problem. Currently, government departments are working in silos. The Buildings Department, the FSD, the Labor Department, as well as the HAD should together form a cross-departmental law enforcement group. It should not be a toothless tiger. It should institute prosecutions swiftly when non-compliance is detected. Also, the government should expand the functions and roles of the URA. It should not only implement the smart tender scheme, there should be a dedicated team under the URA to compile a list of approved contractors and consultants based on their checks on the backgrounds of the contractors. It should eliminate any contractors or consultants with poor track records. Also, the URA should help residents as well as property management companies in supervising building maintenance works. The district offices in different districts should take the initiative to offer support to, as well as offer legal advice and professional knowledge to OCs. The government should more proactively combat bid rigging. If a building maintenance project exceeds a certain amount of expenditure, the government should require the relevant OCs to make use of the smart tender platform and engage a third-party supervisor. The government should also step up law enforcement. For example, it should empower the Competition Commission and the ICAC to set up investigation teams to create deterrence. This is also to let unscrupulous elements know that bid rigging is subject to high risks and that a deterrence could be created. At the same time, the Labor Department should step up inspections and patrols. It should increase the frequency of its site inspections to check the authenticity of construction materials as well as to inspect construction methods. It could make use of imaging records as well as IoT sensors to enhance transparency and to step up regulation. The original motion suggests that contracts should be split by directly engaging different contractors to undertake works. I'm from the engineering sector and I have strong reservation about this. This is because splitting the works contracts would just complicate matters. Minority owners are supposed to deal with just 1 to 2 consolidated contracts. If contracts are split, they will have to handle more contracts, and this would incur high costs for them. I so submit.
Dr. Hui Simon Lee. Thank you, President. There are over 40,000 private buildings in Hong Kong, many of which have become very old. Building maintenance not only concerns buildings themselves, but it also concerns the safety of the public. It has to do with undue transfer of benefits as well as the uneven quality of construction works. I'd like to offer my views on 3 fronts. One, we need to enhance the functions of smart tender. The Secretary for Development and the Chief Secretary for Administration talked about enhancing the functions of smart tender. I'd like to offer further input. For external wall maintenance, escalator or elevator updates, water pipes and so on, there should be standardized project costs for the reference of residents. Then they will have a better picture of project costs. There should also be necessary and unnecessary project costs. For projects whose cost reaches a certain level, information needs to be made public on the platform. There should also be an auto-trigger mechanism which calls for independent vetting. This echoes the policy mentioned by the Chief Secretary for Administration yesterday. That is, the higher the cost and the higher the ratio, then there should be inspections. On the basis of the pre-approved list, we need to make it more transparent in order to combat unreasonable price quotes as well as bid rigging. Regarding the funding scheme or the subsidy scheme, I suggest that the government should change the subsidy scheme to a layered subsidy scheme. The administration yesterday said that all buildings which received subsidies from government in relation to maintenance need to join the platform. Price quotes need to be published on the platform. KPIs need to be met. For example, construction timeline, construction materials. When they are in compliance with the requirements of the administration, there will be a greater ratio of subsidy. This will incentivize contractors and property owners to comply with the relevant requirements. We also need to provide ratings when it comes to preventative repair state. At present, for buildings aged 30 or above, there need to be an annual inspection covering communal areas, external walls, and objects protruding from the external walls. For 3 new buildings or for estates or buildings which have greater discrepancies, it is all the more difficult to carry out maintenance. This affects the life of residents. I suggest that the government introduce preventative repair status ratings. We need to incorporate it into the MBIS so that we can assess the state of buildings in a phased manner. We also need to make available this information on the registry of the land registry as well as property sale and purchase agreements. For high-risk buildings, the government needs to intervene in a timely manner in order to help property owners to complete the procedures for maintenance. We need to leverage market forces to enhance supervision and regulation. Thank you. I speak in support of the motion and the amendments. Ms. Carmen Khan. Thank you, President. I speak in support of the motion moved by Mr. Mark Chung as well as the amendments moved by other members. I'd like to offer some of my views. One, regarding the setup of the independent committee. Its core functions are reviewing legislation and reviewing the penalty. The three task forces need to work in tandem with the independent committee. There should be dynamic adjustments. I agree with Mr. Kenneth Fogg. We need to review the existing policies of the mandatory building inspection scheme. The Buildings Department under the Development Bureau is responsible for mandatory inspection of private buildings, but the independent checking unit of the Housing Bureau is responsible for subsidized housing such as the one for Quad in Tai Po. After the Development Bureau improves the functions of the Buildings Department and the URA, is this type of model still necessary? I was a member of the Public Accounts Committee of the previous term of the government. The effectiveness of the MBIS wasn't effective enough. It didn't cover the work of the independent checking unit of the Housing Bureau. I believe we need to improve the system in order to break departmental silos. Regarding the audit report targeting MBIS, quite a lot of discoveries and suggestions have been made, such as strengthening law enforcement, monitoring the completion of the statutory orders and notices, clear delineation of risk-based standards. Do we still need to consult building advisory committees? We need to face the problem squarely. This incident is an opportunity that we need to seize upon. The Urban Renewal Authority is changing its role. It needs to step in, it needs to draw up a pre-approved list, it needs to take part in the tendering procedures. Owners' corporation need to fulfill its function to be responsible for building maintenance, but a few problems may ensue. We need sufficient personnel, we need sufficient financial resources to cope with the surge in demand. The URA isn't subject to the full scrutiny of the Audit Commission. How can we ensure that the URA will be regulated and supervised by the Housing Department as well as the Audit Commission? The public had placed a lot of trust in the URA as a statutory organization. We need to have a more rigorous mechanism against corruption. This is a test for us. We need to think ahead of the criminals. The enhanced smart tender, is it possible that the enhanced smart tender will increase the financial burden on property owners? When it comes to occupational safety and health, I support implementing a full ban on smoking in construction sites. For toll boards, I suggest adding more guidelines and code of practice in order to reduce the risk of fire. We also need to clamp down on bid rigging. One accident is one too many. Lives matter. Occupational safety and health is an issue that we talk about very frequently. We need to eradicate such accidents. The Competition Commission and the ICAC need to rigorously improve the system so that companies with good standing will not be driven out of the market. The CE said yesterday that we implement reforms in response to instructions from the Central People's Government. Thank you. Ms. Kwok Foo-yong. Thank you, President. Hong Kong buildings are aging. There are hundreds of buildings that require large-scale building maintenance works. The project costs may total tens of millions of dollars. There are frequent issues of bid rigging. it not only affects the interests and rights of property owners, but it will also negatively impact on the quality of construction works. There are hidden dangers of construction safety, and that affects the property of the public. That's why I support systemic reforms in order to eradicate the problem of bid rigging. We need to improve building maintenance works. Smart tender is effective for eradicating bid rigging, but there are still loopholes. There are tender samples, there are project costs reference. However, safety standards, quality of construction works, and technical assessments aren't involved. There is no after-construction supervision either. Actually, property owners do not have a wealth of experience and knowledge about construction works. They rely on the engineering consultant for their professional views. They are the gatekeepers. However, when it comes to the conduct of engineering consultant as well as technical assessments, intervention is limited. That's why it was difficult to eradicate bid rigging. If we want to tackle the problem at source, the key lies in the government's role in building management. Some property owners may have a hectic schedule. Some property owners do not want to be complained about. That's why they are unwilling to join OC meetings. That's why the decision-making process is concentrated on a small group of people. That's why it is easy for a small group of people to monopolize or to work the process. I suggest a dedicated task force be set up to actively verify the qualifications of engineering consultants. We need to draw up a pre-approved list for property owners to choose from. Then we can sever the chain of interest of engineering consultants and contractors with ulterior motives. We will also be able to improve the quality of construction works and resolve the disputes within OC. I'm glad to see the proposals floated by the Secretary for Development yesterday. I hope that the administration will conduct consultation exercises as soon as possible. I also look forward to implementation of these policies. Next, we need to plug regulatory loopholes. We also need to work with different departments such as the Housing Department, Buildings Department, Labor Department, FSD, ICAC, and so on. But there is blurred delineation of the scope of duties, leading to a vacuum in regulation. Take scaffolding and scaffolding nets in construction works as an example. The Buildings Department is responsible for setting standards. The Labor Department is responsible for inspecting the fire safety facilities. But none of this is in relation to the quality of scaffolding nets. There's a blind spot. That's why I suggest that the government set up a cross-departmental inspection team. We need to close this loophole. Only when the government intervenes can we improve the mechanism and heighten the penalties. That is exactly how we can solve the problem. We need to take pressure off property owners. And that is also how we can improve building safety in Hong Kong. We need to enhance deterrence effect by increasing penalties. Bid rigging attracts fines, but as reported in the media, some construction companies already factor these penalties in the contract costs. In other words, the cost burden is passed on to property owners. We can see that the deterrence effect is insufficient. This is actually a kind of fraud or conspiracy to fraud. We draw reference from Korea and Singapore. Quite many places have already criminalized bid rigging. I suggest that the administration take into account Mr. Chen's suggestion. We need to clamp down on bid rigging. We need to have law to criminalize bid rigging. Thank you. Your time's up.
Mr. Mark Chong, you may now speak on the amendments. President, I thank 4 members for moving amendments. I also thank other members for their valuable views. I can say that these amendments are closely aligned with the original motion. We all want the government to play a stronger role when it comes to building maintenance to help property owners tackle the black sheep of the family in the construction sector. As for how much the government should get involved, I think that's where the divergent views emerged in the amendments. Now, I would like to explain these amendments. I agree with Mr. Kenneth Fogg that we should not assume that building owners have the capacity to oversee every step of building maintenance works. So what is set out in the amendment is for the government departments to be directly involved. However, as we often suggest, the government should streamline procedures and save resources. So there is a conflict here. Another amendment suggests that the government should set up an independent building maintenance authority. And again, this is quite time consuming. It doesn't help to address the short-term issue. But I agree that we can look into this idea. Mr. Chan Hock Fung's amendment will be supported by me because the effect of his suggestions are very much similar to my original motion. As for other amendments, it's about the splitting of contracts and splitting of functions. I don't see any amendments relating to this idea of mine. Well, there are concerns expressed by members that after the functions have been split or contracts have been split, it will be more difficult for ordinary minority owners to be able to get information. Well, because building maintenance is not about grocery shopping. Point number 6, again, I don't see any amendment here. It is very important that we tackle unfinished business in the event of consultants, contractors closing down. Take this Wangford Court fire as an example. The buildings department will need to revoke the license of this prestige engineering company, and that means a registration kept by the government, and then the URA can step in. The independent consultant can then be engaged to help the housing estate retender the works, so that the bidder, which is reasonably priced, will be able to win the contract. And this is the idea of roundtable. Mr. Chan Hock Fung, Mr. Bill Tang, and Mr. Nick Chan all proposed amendments relating to the power of attorney to prevent abuse. I strongly agree with these amendments. Now, if we take a look at these cases, very often, members of the owners' corporations are affiliated with the syndicates. So I'd like to be bolder here. Should we conduct background checks of OC members as well, as we do for contractors and consultants? We should check, for example, whether they have any trial background, whether they have any previous records of deception and fraud, so that we can make sure the unscrupulous elements will be driven out of business, and that those committed to building maintenance affairs will not be deterred because of the unscrupulous practices. We can also draw reference from the amendments proposed by the Bar Association, and that means we can provide some binding effect to the guides promulgated for compliance in the construction industry, and that in terms of use of materials or background of directors, we can make things criminal if they don't follow the law. I so submit.
Undersecretary for Home and Youth Affairs. President, I thank Mr. Mark Chong who moved this motion, Mr. Kenneth Fogg, Chan Hock Fung, Bill Tang, and Nick Chan who moved their amendments and 38 members who expressed their views. The HYAB and district offices are responsible for helping owners to fulfill their responsibilities. Regarding members' views, including support for OC during large-scale maintenance works and combating bid rigging and protecting the interests and rights of property owners, I'd like to outline the work being done by the HYAB as well as our way forward, including the formulation of a legislative framework. We provide support services to OCs as well. Just now, some members referred to the central platform on building management. We hold briefing sessions. We work with the EMSD as well as other departments to introduce services and schemes in relation to building maintenance works. The relevant information is uploaded online for perusal of members of the public. We also provide free services, including legal consultation, as well as explanation of legislation. The HAD has commissioned an independent property management company to provide free legal consultation services for OCs. This is to help owners and OCs to take out third-party risk insurance as well as other policies. At the same time, we provide free of charge mediation services for financial arrangements, discussion. Whenever there are any disputes, OCs can make good use of our services to solve these problems. For building management issues, they can contact the HAD across all 18 districts in Hong Kong. We have already set up dedicated task forces. OCs and property owners can liaise with district councillors, and district councillors will also touch base with property owners to render assistance. We'll continue to review our support services. We will also help owners to use our services. In the government motion discussed yesterday, Ms. Mack mentioned that we will continue to review CAP 344. In the first round of the amendments, many members took part in the legislative amendment exercise. I'm grateful to members. Regarding procurement of large-scale maintenance works, there's a definition that is in relation to threshold of voting in person. And there will also be other requirements. In response to the recommendations of the Task Force on Investigation and Regulatory Control, we have already set down our 5 main directions. That is including raising the voting threshold for major maintenance works and major procurement, improving the appointment of representatives and declaration of interest system, combating forgery, and so on. On this front, we'll continue to work with property owners and property management companies. We will also be liaising with members of the council. Building maintenance is vital to the well-being and safety of society. Our team will continue to provide steadfast support to OCs and owners, helping them enhance their building management capabilities and maintain close liaison and collaboration with relevant bureaus and departments. Thank you, President.
And the Secretary for Labor and Welfare. President, The Labour Department attaches great importance to occupational safety and health and building maintenance works. Under a risk-based approach, we inspect relevant construction sites to ensure that contractors and employers provide employees with a safe work environment. On enhancing construction site safety, we will promptly implement 2 measures. Now, first, there'll be a total smoking ban on construction sites. As Mr. Mark Zhong mentioned, the government will enact legislation to prohibit smoking on all construction sites. Now, regarding the current legislation, like Ms. Rebecca Chan, the Labour Department can issue written orders to prohibit smoking at individual sites depending on the risk of flammable materials being used. However, the requirement must be handled according to the specific circumstances, and that may pose limitations in enforcement. To make the smoking ban more comprehensive, the Labour Department has proposed amendments to the construction site safety regulations to impose clear legal responsibility on the main contractors, subcontractors, and everyone on site, strictly prohibiting smoking at all sites to reduce the risk of fire caused by smoking. The bill is expected to be submitted to the Legislative Council for scrutiny within the next few weeks. I sincerely urge members to support the bill so that it can be passed and implemented as soon as possible. Second, to prevent workers and objects from falling off the scaffolding. The toll boards will be installed on scaffolding. We'll revise the code of practice for scaffolding to specify requirements for materials used for toll boards in order to reduce fire risk. I thank members once again for expressing views on enhancing construction site safety. I so submit. Secretary for Development.
President, I thank again all the members who have spoken and for their suggestions. I believe most of the members who have spoken support the directions put forward by the government in these 2 days. I heard that members want the government to be bolder. We're going to enhance the smart tender scheme, and for those who are not receiving the government subsidies, can we consider requiring them to engage a third-party professional as well? Well, a lot of owners are worried about whether they can comply with the NBIS notice, and can we adopt a more lenient approach? Under the new regime, costs may differ for owners, and we will look into all the suggestions that members offered, and in the interest of time, I'm going to quickly respond to member suggestions, but I'm afraid I cannot address each point individually. We're going to revamp the buildings ordinance as well as the building maintenance regime. And so we're going to adopt a dual approach, and we'll work with the HYAB to implement the new regime. The government is going to adopt a multi-pronged approach. Like the Chief Secretary said yesterday, apart from revamping the smart tender scheme, we will work with the Competition Commission to review the competition ordinance. We hope to combat bid rigging by reviewing the ordinance. The law enforcement agencies will carry on with their criminal investigations. The Construction Industry Council will have to work tirelessly to address the issue as well, so they will review the building maintenance sector. They will review the current subcontracting system to delineate the responsibilities of different parties and to enhance training for members of the sector. This current term government wants to deliver tangible results So the government, together with the URA, the Construction Industry Council, and all relevant government departments, to take forward the reform. I so submit. Thank you.
I now call upon Mr. Kenneth Fogg to move an amendment. Mr. Kenneth Fogg, President, I move my amendment. I now propose the question to you that Mr. Kenneth Fogg's amendment be passed. I now put the question to you as stated. Voting begins. Members will please press the present button. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the amendment passed. Mr. Chan Hock Fong, as the previous amendment has been passed, you may move your further amendment. President, I move my further amendment. I propose the question to you that Mr. Chan Hock Fong's further amendment be passed. I now put the question to you as stated. Voting begins. Members will please press the present button. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by the majority of each of the two groups of members present, members returned by the election committee, and those returned by the functional constituencies and by geographical constituencies. I declare the amendments passed. Mr. Bill Tang, as the previous amendments are passed, you may move your further amendment. President, I move my further amendment. I propose the question to you that Mr. Bill Tang's further amendment be passed. I now put the question to you as stated. Voting begins. Members will please press the present button. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by the majority of each of the two groups of members present, members returned by the election committee, and those returned by functional constituencies and by geographical constituencies. I declare the amendments passed. Mr. Nick Chan, as the previous amendments are passed, you may move your further amendment. President, I move my further amendment. I propose the question to you that Mr. Nick Chan's further amendment be passed. I now put the question to you as stated. Voting begins. Members will please press the present button. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by the majority of each of the two groups of members present, members returned by the election committee, and those returned by functional constituencies and by geographical constituencies. I declare the amendments passed. Mr. Mark Chong, you have used up your speaking time. There is no time left to reply. The debate will come to a close. I now put the question to you that Mr. Mark Chong's motion, as amended by Mr. Kenneth Fogg, Mr. Chan Hock Fong, Mr. Bill Tang, and Mr. Nick Chan, be passed. Voting begins. Members will please press the present button. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by the majority of each of the two groups of members present, members returned by the election committee, and those returned by functional constituencies and by geographical constituencies. I declare the motion as amended passed. The Council is now adjourned until 11 a.m., the 21st of January 2026.